Welcome. This is the Board of County Commissioners work session on March 27th, 2012. The first item on our agenda is the Citizen Board Renewal Application Review. And we have Charlotte Anderson and Susan Murphy presenting to us. What do you have to present to us?
All of the renewals for the citizen boards. This is the first time that we've actually used the renewal form that you guys requested last year. It has also the applications that the applicants who have been interviewed and no decisions been made yet, along with future interviews. We've also had a couple of applicants from the Senior Services Board who have served their one-year term off the board and are now ready to renew again. Bob Plum was included in this, but I got Buzz Dawkins' application on Friday evening. So we need to find out if you wish to interview those two, since they've been on the board previously.
So the question I thought of this is whether or not you want to interview any of the applicants who've resubmitted their questionnaires and applications.
Correct.
Are there any applicants that you'd like to interview? Yes, Jack.
Other than open space and trails and P&Z, I don't believe so for me.
So we have a heading here, renewals to be interviewed on April 24th. And we have Annie Rickenbaugh, John Howard, Monty Thompson, and Michelle Thibault. And so those are interviews that we have scheduled. They are coming for an interview, and they're reapplying for their current positions. Is that correct?
Yes.
So of the other list, so Jack, essentially you're saying you don't have any wish to interview any other people?
No, well, Healthy Rivers and Streams is not due up until end of July, so I'm reserving, that discussion when that occurs. But from what I reviewed, and this is really, you guys individually and collectively have done a tremendous job in evolving our information on boards, etc., or at least speaking for myself, I'm really in tune with what's going on and renewals, etc., etc. So hats off definitely to staff for doing that. But I think a lot of data in here, and the form was really great to give us, feedback, etc. And I think the most interesting people were there are none, no, no, no. So, they're satisfied with what's going on, and the others are not dissatisfied, don't get me wrong. I think it's a tremendous job by staff.
Yeah, to answer your question, Michael, no, I didn't see anyone additional to be interviewed other than the P&Z and Open Space and Trails set for the 24th. I would comment that I did find the form really helpful for some feedback. I think some of the suggestions we should, discuss further, such as, having at least one meeting a year for, the conflict committee, so they have some discussion, or that the financial advisory board wanted to be more involved and have more meetings than twice a year, and things like that. So I thought it was good feedback to kind of find out what people's sense of serving on the boards was. I think it's good work, and I appreciate all the time they have to go into setting this up and getting this kind of system going.
Board, any further questions for Susan or Charlotte? John?
I don't know. Jack,
No, go ahead, please.
I call them.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you, Michael. I would note that part of the process that we have not necessarily worked through was opportunities for the liaisons to maybe provide feedback. And there are maybe a couple instances where it may be appropriate to invite liaisons in the executive session format to provide some feedback before you make final decisions on all of these reappointments. And so I just asked for the board's consideration to allow staff liaisons to come in and provide you some confidential feedback.
Have we had a request to that effect?
Yeah.
We have. Were any of these applicants of this list that we have here, or?
We have a total list. I'm trying not to narrow down to...
Okay, well, I'm trying to get sort of through what seems to be impending business. So the first item is applicants awaiting interviews. Bob Throm is going to be interviewed.
I apologize, Michael, I jumped ahead.
Right.
Yeah.
And so we have applicants interviewed and awaiting appointments, and there's a list here, and so far nobody's wanted to interview them. And then we have renewals waiting to be interviewed on April 24th. Now, there are some other forms in here that are not inclusive of these people, but of these people, I'd like to take care of this.
I understand, I jumped ahead.
Yeah.
These are people we've recently interviewed.
Yeah. I was ahead of you there.
Right. So we will be making appointments then, I guess, without any further interviews for the people who were applicants interviewed and awaiting appointments. Do you want action at this time, or you will do a resolution?
We will do. I think, if the board's in agreement, then we'll prepare a resolution.
Okay. Yes, George?
I'm a little confused now, because what you started to say was you wanted to have the staff liaisons come in to provide some feedback on any of these.
Yeah, and that's where I was mistaken, George. I jumped ahead to the full list of folks who were reapplying, and we wanted an opportunity to get feedback on those, none of whom have interviewed.
Okay, and then would we appoint those who have interviewed for the vacancies that are open during our open discussion versus this format?
Well, I think you can give us direction right now to prepare a resolution. The actual appointment comes with a resolution during a regular meeting.
We've not those who are reapplying, but in the last month we've interviewed some new citizens for some boards, and we normally do that, I'm guessing, during our open discussion versus now.
Right, and I
That's the middle
believe
list here, right?
all of those are included on the list that we just discussed. So that's Barbara Smith with the library board, the 3 positions on the translator advisory board. So this is the time versus open discussion when we'd be having that.
Oh, okay.
So the direction I'm looking for, George, is to get direction from the board to take these applicants and incorporate them in a resolution for reappointment.
Okay, I'm sorry. On the first sheet, on the back page, we have applicants interviewed and awaiting appointments.
Correct.
Precisely.
And so what you're saying is, this is the time that we would appoint these, and if we have any questions or concerns, this would be the time to discuss them.
Correct.
All right, well, I would like to discuss them.
Okay.
And I'm going to get to that point, because this is a little out of sort.
It's different, yeah.
We do that separately. So I'm not ready to appoint all of these that are waiting appointments.
Okay, so what I was suggesting, George, that we appoint by resolution, and a resolution won't occur at a work session. And so you wanted to discuss some of these interviewees, and now I guess would be the appropriate time if you want to do it in open session.
We have
I'm up?
You asked for that time, so I'm giving it to you.
No, that's fine. I have a couple concerns on, we had an interview for the P&Z, John Randy, and he is very, very new to the community. And I think, and I asked that question earlier when we interviewed, that I think the P&Z is probably one of the more interesting and complex communities that we have because of all of our land use codes. And I think it's important to have someone who has been in the community for some time and is somewhat up to speed on some of our codes versus bringing someone in who is just cold to the whole process. Although I think he would be a strong candidate and perhaps for some other boards, I just don't think he's the right candidate at this time for the P&Z. Then I've got another one, but we'll wait and see other comments on this one.
So, Board, do you have comments on George's comment?
Yeah, it was a little more of a question than a comment, but are we still advertising for any of these positions on these boards that are the interviewed and waiting for decisions?
Yes.
So we do, okay, so we have it.
In the weekly ad, on the
Okay.
Monday ad, and they're also on the website as well as the Roaring Fork leadership.
But there's no new applicants that we've not yet interviewed for these boards that are still
No.
being advertised?
Just the two at the top you have one on your list.
Okay.
Robert Throm
And the other one you just received?
yes.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I think that I would agree with George in general in the terms that the planning and zoning is such an important position. I think it'd be worth having the time taken to have a field of a few more candidates to look through and to talk about, as opposed to one opening, one appointment.
Jack?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I certainly appreciate the application. By submitting an application doesn't mean one is appointed necessarily automatically, so I think George's comments are thoughtful and appropriate.
So we have 6 other candidates. Is there direction to go ahead, or George, you still want to, so, okay, let's take John. So we are going to put John Ranney in a waiting list and continue to interview. Is that the direction of the board?
My direction is to send him a thank you letter. I don't want to pussyfoot around. I'm agreeing with the comments for the exact same reasons. He's very new, doesn't have much experience, very complex board, etc. So I'm willing to, say thank you.
Rachel, how do you feel?
Yeah, I can go along with that. I think it's a very important position, and I think both that and a little track record with the community is important as well.
So how many years in the community do you think is necessary before you can go on to P&Z? Should we put that on the application then? Because we might have misled John Ranney in as much as if we're going to require 4 years of community experience, we should put that on the application. Yes, Jack?
There's no set number of years. It's how you interview, what comes back as your responses, both what you say and obviously this is a gut feeling issue, not only the facts that's presented in the interview and the articulation, but in fact when it all calculates, and that's how I land there. I would never presuppose someone being here 10 years has more knowledge, but apparently by the background questions answered, John, with all due respect, hasn't evolved to the background information that I would like on the P&Z. Those P&Z and open space and healthy rivers and stream are very complex boards, and I expect a lot of varied experiences from the individuals. I know I served on P&Z. I know what it takes.
George's comments were to the effect that he was new to the community, and that's why he was unwilling to support him. I might be putting words in your mouth, George, but that's essentially what you said. So Jack has a different take on it. Rachel concurred that he didn't have enough experience in the community, and I was just asking the question whether it's fair to interview somebody if indeed there is a requirement for a certain amount of residency. And Jack says no. What do you say?
I don't necessarily think no, but I think depending on the person's background, if that person had served in another community on the P&Z, if the person had served in other boards while they've been here, I think it's sort of the whole picture. And I just felt that I still feel that given the task of the P&Z, which is an onerous task to serve on, very complicated, our land use codes, that I don't think he's qualified at this point to serve on that board.
And Rachel, you agree with that?
Yeah, Michael, I think that the interview process is valuable because you again often have an opportunity to point people towards other boards and, acknowledge their willingness to serve. It's a little awkward how this says applicants interviewed and waiting for appointments. It should be more the boards are awaiting the appointments and the applicants are interviewed and awaiting decisions, but that's just, a small technical thing, But I agree, I don't think you put out a 6-month or 18-month or 36-month limit, but you still look for the skills necessary, and we have some big shoes to fill on P&Z.
Okay, so the decision is that we're not going to appoint John Randy to P&Z. Is that correct, Board? However, we still have these other applicants. Are we going to direct staff to prepare a resolution for appointment of these other applicants, pending George's comment?
So, Michael, may I ask a question? What is your opinion on John? I think you were here, because, believe it or not, you even missed one meeting, but I think you were here for that.
I actually can't remember. I don't have his application in front of us, so
That's important.
So I'll go along with the will of the board. George, you have another comment on that?
Oh, I do. Not as critical, but Lexi McNall has applied for the Agriculture Building Review Committee, and Lexi lives here in town and really doesn't have any ag or ranch experience, and I just wonder if that's something that we feel is more important to fill that slot with someone who actually has that ag experience. The other 4 appointees all have that experience in hand, and so I'm wondering whether it's worth continuing to reach out, or if Lexi, even though she comes from a different place, would have a different perspective. So I'd like to hear other thoughts from the board.
Well, I have a feeling I was not here for that interview because of my travel, so I'm not able to comment. But I, in general, have thought that it's important for someone living in the rural areas of the county who will be seeing the buildings that they help improve on a regular basis to be part of it and have that ag experience.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's critical to be, maybe not necessarily currently, but have substantial ag experience, because we're asking these people to weigh in whether after someone makes an application, spends the money for a land use application, to weigh in as to whether that potential building is ag relevant. So I think ag experience is very important, and therefore I would continue to re-advertise on this. I would make a final, draw the line in the sand on this one, but I would certainly like to see if there are other applicants.
Is that okay with you, Rachel? So we'll continue to interview for the Agricultural Building Review Committee. How many applicants do we have currently appointed? 4. Okay, so we'll continue to interview for that position. We're going to send a thank you letter to John Randy, and that leaves 5 other applicants. Are we going to prepare a resolution? Yes, Rachel.
Yes, Michael, on the Translator Advisory Board, if I'm correct in reviewing the sheets prepared, there's only 2 vacancies. It also says Andrew Todd resigned vacant. Does that mean we have 3 vacancies now?
Yes.
Okay, so that's been changed, or it's in a new column. I can support the applicants that we've seen forward, but I think that others may have been the ones who interviewed Jessica Robinson. I don't think I was there.
Yes, George.
So on the translator board, there's actually 3 open seats, not including an alternate seat.
No, that is including the alternate seat.
So would we have to distinguish who gets a regular seat and who gets the alternate seat out of these three?
Yes.
Okay, so if that's the case, I'll give you my input. I would say that Corby Anderson should have a regular seat because of his background with grassroots and media. And Jessica Robinson, because she lives up in Meredith, I think it's really important that we have someone on a regular seat who really lives out there in the hinterland. Doug Luce would be a fine applicant, and I think putting him in the alternate seat would be great. And I think we'd be even tapping to Doug if we want, because I think there's a opening on the weed board. I think Doug would be great on the weed board as well.
So is that satisfactory to the rest of the board members?
It is for me. I think when Doug interviewed, he was fairly clear he wanted to learn about it, to come up to speed with it. They didn't have a lot of opinions on any of the issues, and that kind of defines a good alternate seat to me.
Jack?
Yeah, I'm certainly supportive of Corby. Trying to get a handle on Jessica, that was about a month ago. Did she, I know she has extensive background with the Wheelers and, that whole group, that family. I don't remember if she had some background in literally managing the property, awareness. There's something, I have a little bit of a gap, and if any of the others remember what kind of background she has relative to managing the land, stewardship, whatever. Because I'm just not convinced one specifically Doug should be the alternate. I know Doug, and I know he's a hard worker, etc. Known him for years, but I'd like to agree with George if I get some feedback. George, do you remember any kind of feedback she gave us specific to her involvement with the land?
Not off the top of my head. I know that we actually had interviewed her from the Salt Library Board, and she was actually a strong interview there as well. She's a younger lady. Again, she lives up in Thomasville. I believe she went through the Roy Fork Leadership Program, and I thought that she would be a good fit for this.
Yeah, and you're reminding me, she was a good applicant on paper. I'm just trying to remember what kind of real-world experience she had on the land. I know Doug's done a whole bunch of things, from contracting to self-employment, etc. So,
Rachel?
Yeah, and I wasn't, trying to do anything other than my sense of what he said, But I think a separate question we might want to consider that may lead to this is we already have one alternate, David Johnson from Carbondale, who's been serving for a period of time, and the question is, should we move the current alternate up into a regular position, because he's been doing it for quite a while. That would then create two alternate positions, but that's something to consider. An alternate has had a chance to come up to speed, although we haven't checked in with the board liaison to find out if he has a good attendance record as an alternate, things like that.
I really like that idea. Excuse me, Michael, for not raising my hand, but Todd has served for a while, and that might be, unless there's a concern by staff, that might be a very nice progression and a reward for taking an alternate position, because alternates oftentimes feel like, oh, well, golly, maybe I don't even have to show up because I won't have a vote or whatever.
So do we have a process in place that when positions get open, that we alert the alternates and they apply, or it seems like we have a gap here?
Usually liaisons will recommend, if they have somebody in that alternate position who wants to be moved to a regular, then the liaison will usually make that mention.
However, in the case of the Translator Advisory Board, our liaison has had very limited time
Transition.
and involvement. And in fact, Phyllis, I know you've been to 2 of the Translator Advisory Board meetings, and in neither of those has the alternate been present. That doesn't necessarily speak to the broader track record or interest, but I think because of some of the reorganizations that took place, we may not have the institutional knowledge to bring that forward in this case. In most boards, we would.
Perhaps we could get that information and then discuss these 3 positions tomorrow during open discussion.
May I ask a question, Mike?
Yes.
George, would you be supportive of Rachel's idea?
Oh, definitely.
Because instead of going hemming and hawing back and forth, I would ask our liaison to request David if he'd like to move up, and then we make the decision.
Find out his
Because
commitment.
I think all 3 are, they're valuable members, and we appreciate their applications, etc.
So, staff, do you have that direction? So, now we have just 2, I think, people. Any further comments on Barbara Reed and,
Smith.
I'm sorry, Barbara Smith and, I guess, is that it?
Sandra Kaplan is the
Sandra
other.
Kaplan.
I remember very well Barbara Smith's application and interview, and I thought she was very strong and would do a good job.
Okay.
And therefore, I would support her.
And Sandra Kaplan?
For me, I thought the perspective of someone from Redstone and the commitment to come up from Redstone makes a lot of difference. And the awkward part is, as you said, we've now started to see some other renewals. Let me flip my page to the senior council. I'm not sure how many openings we have.
Oh, there's a
There are
ton.
lots.
Okay, then I absolutely would like to support Sandra and then continue to interview the people who'd like to reapply.
Okay, so we would, yes, Jack?
Well, I would just add, I thought she would make a very good, have a very good contribution, especially when she offered to, do some math classes for the seniors, etc. I mean, anytime you can make that extra step, that's a real plus. So she got on first base by her interview, and she got home easily on that.
So staff, the recommendation is to reappoint Barbara, not reappoint, but appoint Barbara Smith and Sandra Kaplan to their respective boards. And to bring the recommendations of the liaison for the translator board as best as possible vis-a-vis the moving up of an alternate into a regular position, and the other board members' a recommendation who would take the other alternate and who would take the 2 regulars. Okay?
Yeah, and Michael, may I
Yes.
just so we kind of cover some bases. If in fact David did not want to become a permanent member, I would go with George's recommendation. I'm real good with that also. Just so we kind of cover some bases here and move forward.
Okay. Is that sufficient? And we're going to interview Annie Rickenbaugh, John Howard, Monty Thompson, and Michelle Thibault on April 24th. And depending on recommendations from liaisons, we might have an executive session on various other applicants at a future date.
And the 2 senior board applicants who have been off the board for a year and are now reapplying for a position, do you want to interview those before you make that appointment?
What's the feeling of the board?
Could you share who they are? So
Robert Throm and Buzz Dobkin.
and who?
Buzz Dobkin.
Well, I certainly know Bob, and I, all the years, interacted with him in the caucus. I don't need to interview him. I would support his application. Unfortunately, I apologize, I can't remember the other individual.
Buzz Dobkin. Do we have their reapplication interviews, in other words, those questionnaires for them? We do have
No.
Bob's, right, don't we?
Yes, we do have one for Bob, but that was for another board, actually.
Okay.
So the senior board, he's just reapplying after his year off.
What's the feeling of the board? Do we get them to fill out a questionnaire? Yes?
Yeah, I would agree with that. That would just give us some more updated information.
So you want them to fill out the renewal application or a brand-new application?
Well, I think it would have to be a renewal since a brand-new application since they're applying after a year off the board. So, I mean, what's the feeling of the board? So that seems like we're going to go ahead with that.
It's probably the cleanest process.
Yeah.
And then set them up for interviews? Or, no?
I think
I think
that's not necessary for me at this point.
not necessarily for me.
Let's review their applications and then
MOI, put it in the
Yeah.
packet, maybe.
and then see if it's necessary since we're familiar with these individuals.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Michael. So we kind of have a path where, we don't get real subjective, let's look at the application, do a few steps and move forward. I think we can easily say, no interviews, I'm expecting since they've already been on the board. But it would be good. You're right on about the new application, too.
Okay. Have we covered everything we need to?
Michael, the only thing I would bring up is, not many, but a few of these boards continue to have more vacancies than applicants. I mean, we know P&Z obviously, but Weed Advisory, Conflict of Interest Board, which doesn't meet very often anyhow. Maybe it'd be best to work with the current members on some of the issues that Michael Kinsley had suggested, just to review the ethics code and to make sure people are familiar with it and see if it needs to be updated. But I guess I would ask, are there other ways we feel we could or should reach out about these vacancies? The other one is the Animal Shelter Board. And so, I'm kind of thinking, can we get leadership Roaring Fork to put out a blast email of their vacancies, or the Chamber of Commerce, or Huron, or how else can we try to stir it up? An interview with Pat Bingham, or one of her ads, some sort of column about what the boards do more, or why they're important.
So currently, we just put an ad in the newspaper saying board vacancies, taking applications.
It's in the Monday ad, and yes, that's the only thing we're doing advertising-wise, except for the website and then the Roaring Fork Leadership Bulletin Board.
So they already.
Yes.
So I think it would be actually a good idea to let Pat sort of work on it and see how she can reach out to the community and suggest that people change their life path by getting on the weed board. And so let's assign Pat to that and see what she comes up with in terms of engendering more applications. Yes, Jack?
So Rachel brought up the issue of responding to some of the suggestions we've had here. Do we want to kind of go through some of these now, since we're pretty much ahead, so we can say, yeah, well, that sounds great, let's get that suggestion to the liaison, for example. I mean, not that I'm seeing any bad ideas either, but we've interviewed, or we've said, no, we're not going to, is what I mean, but we've prepared, and we probably should take that next step, just to kind of, while we collectively are here, let's just move this forward.
Board, what's your feeling on that?
Yeah, I've got a couple of comments I'd be happy to make from some suggestions.
Rachel?
Let me hear what everybody else says. But yeah, we have time. Let's discuss a little bit of it.
Yeah, my feeling on that was that there were very diverse comments, and there was some sort of And I thought, my feeling was you give it back to the liaison and see what their comments of their particular board were, and see if it resonates within those boards before, and then bring it to us and say, the consensus is that this is just one comment, or this actually is the consensus amongst the board itself. Because I think that the comments were so diverse, ranging from no problem, no, to much more extensive comments, depending on what board it was. So I don't know that these unite the board, the comments unite the feelings of the boards, they're just individual comments. Yes, George?
I think that's a good point, and would at least be an impetus for the conflict board to actually meet and discuss that. So I think that's a good idea, Michael.
Well, yes, absolutely, I agree with that. That's thoughtful. But I would also, if there's any comments by our board that should go along with these comments, we ought to take a moment and forward those. Because apparently George had indicated, but your idea is very good, because then there's an interaction with the whole board, et cetera, and no one's driving the train individually. It's the whole group would weigh in on that suggestion or have a conversation.
Rachel?
I agree for the most part. I do think that there's some that we may be able to, as Jack or which one of you, George, said, add a little bit of our own input at this time. I do particularly think that we need to add more substance to the role of the folks on the Financial Advisory Board. We've got some very qualified individuals who've committed their time, and, my perception, it seems to have devolved over time from years back when I was not on the county, but the Financial Advisory Board would kind of tackle one issue a year and do an analysis of whether it was a program or RAFTA or some sort of county aspect of our budgets. And, I don't want to say what that is or should be, but I think that we could utilize them better than just what traditionally is the helping make the guess on what the rate of growth for the future year and interest rates will be, and kind of the vetting of the budget. But I'd like to see John and Connie kind of work on that role. But that would be my one comment to these boards, is I really think we need to put a little more substance into that role before they get bored and not feel it's a valuable contribution.
John?
Yeah, and just for the board's information, particular to the Financial Advisory Board, and I know your comments, I think, are maybe a little broader than that.
Particularly fat, yeah.
But we are bringing the Financial Advisory Board in to look at the feasibility, for example, of the airport master planning concepts, and we are starting some special projects like around fund balance policies and such. And so hopefully you're going to be seeing them more in special projects, because we agree just using them to kind of sign off on the revenue assumptions may not be fully utilizing those talents to our benefit and theirs.
Is there a mission statement for the financial advisory board? If there isn't, I think that's what they should work on. I mean, because they should define what it should be with the help of John and Connie. They should have some sort of financial board exists for whatever. And if it doesn't have it, then I think we won't have a grounding for that board. Yes, Rachel?
The purpose of the Financial Advisory Board, as stated in our packet, is a citizen group that reviews fiscal policies and financial challenges of the county in order to gain an understanding of the issue and to make recommendations to the BOCC about the issues.
So that would stand, it seems to me, as a mission statement. That they should review and adopt, quite frankly. They should be aware of that. Yes, George?
Is there any policy, I know we've gone off policy once in regards to having citizens who don't reside in Pickens County to serve on one of our boards. We did that with Healthy Rivers and Stream Board, where we opened 2 seats for citizens within the watershed. But for our other boards, are there any policy? Because I did note that for the Financial Advisory Board, that one of the applicants does not live in Pickens County.
You mean one of the current members?
Yes,
Or if I-
one of the current members, yes. Michael Lavoy doesn't live in Pickens County. At least according to his resume, he
Yeah.
lives up in Missouri Heights.
Yeah, I think our general position has been, unless there's a specific exception, so for example, with the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, that board members need to be residents of Pickens County, and as you know, you're probably aware, sometimes, even the county line is splitting properties, and we've gone to the length of determining which side the residence actually, of the county line, the residence actually exists on for qualification, and so,
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to lose someone who's valuable in expertise on one hand. On the other hand, for someone to be on the Finance Advisory Board advising us in terms of dollars who's actually not a taxpayer of Pickens County.
I wonder whether that was a move in midterm or something like that occurs, but that's a good catch.
Now, was that the Financial Advisory Board?
Yes.
It was a retirement board, wasn't it, George?
Yeah, I was going to say, it's not on the retirement board.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's Retirement Board, not the Financial Advisory Board.
I mean, usually it's in the bylaws, it's stated in the bylaws, if they have to be members of Pickens County. Each board has a set of bylaws, and within those bylaws, it's usually stated if they must be a member of Pickens County.
And the only two exceptions, I believe, are translator and Healthy Rivers and Streams. And I don't honestly know about retirement.
yeah, I think we'd have to go back and look at the retirement board bylaws. I do not know that off the top of my head, but that's what I meant by unless there's a specific exception. And Healthy Rivers and Streams and Translator are the only two off the top of my head, but that doesn't mean that there isn't an exception for retirement, or I just don't know off the top of my head.
So that's necessary to review and bring that back to us.
Got it.
And then the liaisons will review all the comments and discuss them with their other board members, and
Yeah,
Bring back issues.
because it should, those comments should be a learning process for those boards, not necessarily for us. It's useful to know, but I think those boards can then say, well, we don't meet, so maybe we should meet, or there are no problems, or there are substantial problems. There, actually, none of these comments suggest that there are any substantial problems with any of the boards. They were just little updates, essentially. Yes, Jack?
Well, the one suggestion, and I'm not remembering the gal's name, I'll get to that in a moment, on the Citizens Grant Review Committee was about streamlining the process, et cetera. We just heard that staff seems to have taken that to heart, and they are doing that. So I'm not sure we need to reinforce that, but I think that would be a very significant move. I like the comments, rather spend resources on doing the job of the nonprofit versus filling out applications. Not to say that the application is important, but like the scoring system and a couple suggestions, I think there could be some refinement, undetermined what that means.
Yeah, that task of that board is particularly difficult because it happens within a very short time. And it's, as Rachel pointed out in a number of our other meetings, the books are two very large, loose leaf books that they have to review within a few weeks' time and then make decisions.
Yeah, that was Ashley Connolly.
And we are working on a new both scoring and prioritization tool to help with those decisions, and that's something we all will discuss.
Any further comments?
No, nothing substantial. I think Michael's idea is good to bring this back to each of the boards to discuss, and if they have some issues to bring forward to us to any changes to go that route.
Charlotte, Susan, thank you very much. This is a very complex process because we rely so deeply on citizen input, and these committees have been formed over time, all with different goals in mind, and it's difficult to keep track of it. Thank you for keeping track of it.
Thanks again.
Michael Kramer is on his way over for the X Games update.
Okay.
So I'm trying to see when he said he was on his way here. So we're running a little bit early.
We could do maybe future agendas, or?
Yeah, it looks like we can,
Yep, he started heading over here at 1:42, so we should be here in a minute.
better save this.
All right, so if he's headed over here at 1:42, it is so close that I don't think we'll have any substantial discussion. It's 1:45 now. He should be here by 1:47, by my calculation.
I'm going to take the
So
opportunity for
let's take a short break, a 5-minute break. Thank you. We are a little ahead of schedule. It's about 10 of 2 for the X Games debrief. This is the Picken County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, March 27th, 2012. Mike Kramer is leading the discussion, and we have a representative from ESPN also, as well as a sheriff's representative. Is that true, Mike?
This is.
And if you will introduce people, that'd be great.
Sure. I'm Mike Kramer with Picken County Community Development Planning Staff. Next to me, Vanessa Anthes with X Games ESPN. And behind us is Brad Gibson with the Sheriff's Office, who was the incident commander for 2012 X Games. And the topic is the 2012 X Games debrief. The board requested that staff bring forward topics, issues, discussion points after the X Games so that it could be vetted and debriefed, basically. Background is that, as we all know, X Games comes to Aspen. This is our 11th year at Buttermilk Ski Mountain, and I have to admit, our planning staff does take a back seat to the special event planning of this event. The Sheriff's Office is the lead role, along with ESPN and a multitude of other agencies planning for the event. They set up an incident command system for this, and this year Brad Gibson was the incident commander. Attached to the memo is the incident summary that he prepared for the board, and it outlines things that happened at the event, issues, topics, discussion points. So with all that said, some of the discussion items, I wish there was more to report on, but there really just isn't. This is a really well-run event, and it's efficient and smooth, and we basically have very little issues to work out. All the major things that happened at the beginning of X Games, as we all remember, like the alcohol that was served in the beginning of the X Games events, doesn't happen anymore. Our security is flushed out. The Sheriff's Office, like I said, takes the role in the operations and safety plan for the event and coordinating with all the other agencies. So some of the highlights that we have dealt with in the past that are accomplished today. As you remember, spectators going to and from the event sometimes walked on 82, and Colorado State Patrol has done a really good job keeping people off the road and on the bike path that connects Aspen and the Buttermilk ski area. So that was a great highlight. We have an efficient transportation system with RAFTA and then other vendors that come in to provide transportation to and from the event, and also to and from Aspen when spectators are going from the core back out to Buttermilk. We've received some praise, and Brad can talk more about that, from Summit County, who visited the X Games venue and reviewed some of our safety and operations plans. So that was a great highlight. And we definitely, through the Sheriff's Office, coordinate with a lot of other agencies, like, for example, Garfield County, federal agencies, state agencies, and it's a multi-jurisdictional coordination to put on something like this. So all in all, there were some great highlights for this year's event. On page 2 of the staff memo, there was one item I brought up in a paragraph about helmets at X Games. And as you know, we've implemented the condition for helmets, I think, for around 7 years now, and it's worked great. And all athletes are required to wear helmets. And this year there was a specific niche event called Snowboard Street, if I'm saying that correctly. And basically, it's an event that's off on the side of the main venue where slopestyle and the half pipe is, and it's where it's a short slope, and athletes will ride a short slope to like a rail or like a cement structure, I think I saw on TV, and they'll do a trick and they'll land. And those athletes didn't wear helmets this year, and Dr. Rodman, who's with the Aspen Valley Hospital, brought that point up to us. And Vanessa, myself, I can't remember his name, but Vanessa's upper...
Christy Buck.
Yep, Chris. And Dr. Rodman all had a discussion about the topic. And the reason I brought it up is because I thought we'd have more of a discussion at the board, but I just was informed by Vanessa a couple days ago that they will require all athletes at X Games, including the Snowboard Street event, to wear helmets. So, just so the board knows.
Okay. Any questions for Mike at this time? Yes, Jack.
On the second to last page, where the chart is about incidents, it said numbers in red from 2011. Well, of course, we have black and white here, so I'm kind of wondering, Is the left column?
Yeah, the left column is all in red. Sorry about that.
Okay. And so, I guess I would ask the Sheriff's Department, we certainly, I'm sure all of us have read your report. Overall, what's your evaluation of the crowd?
It's getting more and more family-oriented, less and less alcohol. So it's a great crowd, well-behaved.
Yeah, good. Well, I'm sure it helps with all the protocols that we, meaning everyone, because I'm not going to mention everyone, have established over time, and I think a good start was when we eliminated the alcohol. I'm all for having a good time, but you don't have to have alcohol at every event, all the time, so it's right on. Appreciate our staff, all the cooperating agencies, and in particular, of course, ESPN and Ski Company for what they do for the greater community relative to this event.
Rachel?
Yeah, this question would also be for Brad, but in the incident, what is ETOH?
Ethyl alcohol. We do
Okay.
abbreviations, ETOH.
Very interesting. It's like code. Well, I would kind of note that for the most part, things seem to be going down in terms of incidences or holding steady at the most, and you're never going to have an event without something going on. I think that we all could say we greatly appreciate the event, and it's well supported by the community and appreciated by the community, and look forward to every year. You probably saw recently, last week, there was a support on transportation funding to bring this forward, and Vanessa, certainly appreciate the efforts you've made when you hear our concerns. I wanted to note the one item you kind of put in your what we have to watch out for about the crowd crush factor and thronging. Have we developed better ways through the pre-planning of managing that? And that's either for Brad or for you, Vanessa.
One of the things that we implement, unless you want to...
I think you can address it.
Over the past couple of years, and I'm assuming you're specifically talking about the pipe, where it's more of a confined area at the base, you'll notice that in order to get into the pipe corral or up on the decks, there's a bridge that spectators have to access with bike fence around that perimeter. That really helps us maintain control of the capacity inside that venue. So when we are full, we can shut that off more so than the old chicane and rope that we've had in the past.
Great. Glad to hear that, because I just think that's something, obviously we all want to avoid any problems there, and it's a challenge because you want to have everyone wants to be up close and personal to the event, especially after they've come all the way from wherever it is to view it. Do you have any comments on that, Brad? Are you feeling we're getting there with that safety?
I think ESPN's done a great job, and especially the exodus at night when you're trying to get upwards of 20,000 people out of there all at once. Through the interactive village, ESPN's done a real great job about roping off the different sections so the people can only go one section forward at a time. So that was one of our big worries, and I think we've controlled that. ESPN's really controlled that well.
Any further comments? Thank you very much for putting so much effort into the safety of our citizens. It is a huge event, and given the complexity of the event, it's really an overwhelming community. It seems this community has really stepped forward. The safety officers, ESPN, and our staff have stepped forward and made it a safe event in spite of its size. One of the biggest events that happens in the Roaring Fork Valley over a very short period of time. Thank you all very much. Yes, Jack.
Yeah, I would thank Dr. Rodman for wanting consistency throughout the games with the athletes, and of course the ESPN. Probably, I'm sure you realize the downside, so absolutely thanks for going with that. So all the athletes are on the same playing field, as it were. And my wife and I watched that several days, that little, the little event kind of on the side, and there's potential for injury there. You could miss or go do a header or something, and so appreciate the safety, extra safety going to be required.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
We're still running ahead of schedule for some reason.
Yeah, I told John by 1:15, I just emailed him and said, what's the ready now? So, he should be on his way down.
You could use your agendas or something if you want to.
Yeah. Do you want to start?
Is John upstairs?
Yeah, yeah.
Here's John.
There he is. He's fast.
It's unprecedented to have 2 items in a row run faster.
Here you start giving us more time because we usually run right to the edge.
The next item of business, and we're early, it's 2 o'clock, and we're scheduled for 2:45 to have our fourth quarter 2011 budget update, but no one wants to slow down our momentum. So John Redmond is here. Is Connie going to be in attendance, John?
She was planning on being here at 2:45, and she may appear. I can't guarantee it.
Okay. Is Connie's, is she indispensable? Should we put it off for 45 minutes? Or
I said let's try and
Yeah, between John and I, you have the JV team, but we think we can play still.
Yeah. No, I trust you guys, although I trust Connie more, maybe.
Takes a team.
So, John, just proceed with your budget update.
Okay. John Redmond, Finance Director. Let's see, this is a fourth quarter budget update. In essence, it's the budget update for the entire year. As we came to you after the third quarter, we had some very positive results, and I can only say that right now things are even better. Overall, we started the year with a budgeted surplus projected at a little over $1 million, and we are finishing this year with a little over $5 million. So, how did we get here? I think as far as the revenues go, we've had a very positive December. December is our biggest year for sales tax.
Biggest month.
Biggest month. And it came in, I think, in the 13 or 14% range. So, as in total, we finished the year up around $551,000 above budget. And as a total, that's about $6.5 million, which constitutes about 28 to 30% of our revenue for the general fund. So it was a very strong month, and I'm happy to say that January has continued on that approach, even when we have a little bit of a situation in January where I think the traditional late payers of taxes, which might show up in February and or March, actually paid in January. When you remove that comparable from the prior year, that amount, we're still up 13 to 14% on a year-to-year comparable for January. So January's off to a great start. In addition to sales tax, I think at the third quarter we kind of put up a reserve against property tax for the abatements of about $250,000. I'm happy to say that that's actually come in at about a negative $80,000. So that's a $170,000 positive swing at the end of the year. So treasurer's fees also were up around $446,000 for the year. Very strong. One of the issues we had there was in the election in 2010, when the hospital and the school district's bond issues were approved, those weren't fully included in the budget. So that's one of the reasons why we saw a good increase. And the last item really is, well, that's second last item, is community development fees. I think in the third quarter we predicted that those fees would be down around $209,000. Now that's the revenue side. They actually were down about $122,000 for the year. for all community development fees. However, a lot of cost-cutting, which started early on in the year, brought them back, in essence, to even to their budget. So they had great savings and against a slight downturn in revenues.
And that's a question that the board had asked consistently through the years, to whether our expenditures were starting to match up with our revenues. And in fact, we finished 2011 by our estimates right now with those expenditures and revenues pretty much matching up. So that, I think there's maybe a $7,000 or $8,000 difference actual, John. Is that right?
Yes.
Is that just about community development?
Yes. ComDev, yeah.
And the last item is interest income, which came in about $43,000 short. I think Tom told me that there was an over-accrual in the previous year, which reduces 2011. Otherwise, I think for this next year we have, in 2011, we received $266,000. This year's budget is around $180,000. So I would like to think that we're going to be covered this year in terms of interest income projections. Overall, for the year, we're up about $750,000 on the revenue side. On the expense side, we've seen a total of almost $1.3 million in expenditure savings. And those are coming, the bulk of those is coming from labor. If you remember, we started the year with some open positions, which we didn't fill. We also had some adjustments, reductions. Those, in total, came up to about $442,000 of savings for the year. There were savings in general expenses, which we're used to seeing. That's about $300,000. And then projects, replacement schedules, and vehicles also contributed another, well, greater than $500,000. So it was a year where we really tried to scrimp if we could. We made changes in the number of cars we bought through fleet and how we managed that. And I think people were overall quite tight with their budgets.
Yeah, and you'll recall that we made a number of adjustments to positions mid-year, and all that taken together led to significant expenditure savings over budget.
Overall, we have two other extraordinary items. The property sale of the DeGraw property, which was just under $1 million, and the recognition of the Midland Park financing. So those two things combined is another $2 million. So the way I look at it is we have roughly a $5 million surplus for the year. $2 million of that comes from additional revenue and less expenditures. $2 million of that comes from DeGraw and the mortgage interest thing. And the final thing was a projected savings, or budget surplus, excuse me. Any questions? Board? Rachel?
Yeah, thank you. So I have a couple of short questions. I think we have a reserve for abatements going forward in 2012 as well?
No, we don't. So it kind of depends on the year. I mean, obviously from 2 years ago, there was quite a bit. There was a special circumstance of one substantial abatement. I think it was related to some properties out in Snowmass Village. So it was kind of it was of a magnitude greater than we're used to.
Because I was just thinking back to the abatement hearing we just had last week, and in total not super large, but probably $50,000 or $60,000. Would that, because they were abatements for prior years, would they be booked against that savings, or would they, how would they be?
Well, I think the most important thing to remember is that the general fund is only taking their percentage piece of that, which is
Very small.
less than 6%. So that could be a $3,600.
So most of that is towards other, okay. And then, I guess, what I also want to know is the elimination of the land management vehicles. How are the open space and trails, are they the land management vehicles that were eliminated, or how is that working?
Well, I think if we contracted the work out, and so therefore Crystal, for lack of a better phrase, we no longer had that employee, therefore she didn't have the vehicle.
Okay.
We didn't replace it. And the outside contractor does.
And that's more on the weed control side, so it's not an open space and trails, it's the
Weed
land
control.
management, weed control. So as we contracted that out, we're able to defer that cost. And that seemed to be budgetarily a better decision.
I'll hold mine until I hear others.
George?
Ask the same questions.
John, you talked about we're ending up with the year with about $5 million of surplus, and you explained how we got there, but is it reflected anywhere just on your budget sheet?
Do you have that fund balance reconciliation? That's maybe a good
Yeah, I do, but we're going to have to make copies.
Yeah, this is the disadvantage of having Kai, because George, we anticipated, I think, this question about kind of historically, how has this flown and how do we show? Okay, so I think we can probably use the Elmo here, and that will answer your question. If you don't mind me going back in history a little bit. Is that coming? Is there any life to it?
It's coming
Okay.
up. It's coming up.
So I'm going to start off, because we always exist in 3 budget years, so I think it's important to understand what's been happening with our general fund reserves. I'm going to start off with the 2011 adopted budget. And what you have here is our beginning fund balance in 2011 of $17 million. At that point, we had projected that we'd end the year with $18 million. So that's the $1 million of budgeted surplus that John was talking about. What actually happened was we started the year with that $17 million, but we ended the year with $22 million. So our projected surplus is the $5,029,000. That left amount over the budgeted surplus. We have about $3.9 million over the budgeted surplus. Now, when we put together our 2012 budget, we were projecting a surplus at that point. And so we went from what we thought was going to be an $18 million number to start 2012. We actually went with an estimated $21 million number. So you can see that we've been adding to that fund balance. Okay? The adopted 2012 budget, you'll remember we dedicated some of the fund balances that had been previously reserved to capital. So we are projecting an ending fund balance of $20,398,000, or use of $1.4 million. And again, that was the spend down for capital. Okay? Our operating side is balanced. Now what that means is for the 2012 budget that we adopted and 5-year plan, we're actually starting out with $337,000 more than what we had projected on a budgetary term. But really, our real fund balance growth, the real money we have in fund balance growth, is $5 million. And so, you know, I would suggest to the board that this provides some opportunities. One, this $3.9 million in excess, I think, is an opportunity for us to look at more types of capital and infrastructure types of investments as we go into 2013. And so that may be, and we can talk about that during the budget process, but that may be accelerating existing projects. It may be adjusting the scope of projects that are already included in the capital plan. But it provides an opportunity for us to maintain that infrastructure. This 337, on the other hand, are dollars that can be applied on either the operating or capital side without really impacting the 5-year plan that we've adopted and the healthy fund balances. And so, what I would ask the board to consider with this fourth quarter budget, and very positive fourth quarter budget report for 2011, is that we look at, as we go into planning for 2013, increasing some of our investment on the capital side to get up to more where our studies have shown we should be. On this smaller amount, the 337 down here, I would encourage us to look at investing that in the employee pay plan over the 5 years, and to allow staff to come back with a proposal both for 2012, but also investing that into the future years in recognition of the work that staff has done to generate those savings, so that we're pushing the bulk into infrastructure, but we're also recognizing that we're in a recovery period, and maybe time for us to start looking at those out years, which can always be adjusted if there's a downturn, but looking at investing those dollars over the 5-year plan and coming back to you with a recommendation along those lines. Does that help answer your? I know I jumped ahead there, George, but
Yeah, it does. But John had explained it, but it wasn't really shown here specifically where that surplus came from. It's sort of some additional revenues minus less expenses. And so I think it would help me anyway that if we could actually list that where that surplus came from, even though you're jumping down, explaining that.
Okay.
I think we have that report, don't we, for vehicles and personnel, and do you have that with you?
It's in the board's packet.
So, yeah, can you point us towards that?
The page looks like this. This is the expenditure page.
Right.
It shows the expenditure savings. And I can, or John, if you want to, or I can walk you through on the page right before that also where it shows how it all comes together.
Yeah, what I tried to do was show the 5 less the original budgeted surplus. The $2 million of, I think we kind of, if we go back to this recap, it may be a little bit. If we look at the projected total for the revenues of $763,000 on the far right side, that's item number 1, let's say. And the second would be the $1,289,000, which is the savings. You have to net that out of that $200,000 savings, so it's really $1,089,000. If you add those two together, you're getting into the $1,009,000 range. The third item is the $1,067,000, which was the budgeted surplus. And then the last two items are down below, the $950,000 and the $1,158,000, which is about $2 million. And that gets you around to the $5 million. Kind of idea of articulation of that.
Yes, Rachel.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're all clear, because John said it very well, but we were anticipating the Midland Park revenues as well as the DeGraw revenues last fall when we saw our budgets and when we produced the 2012 expenditure budget. So although we're now formally booking it and 2011 is over and we're doing the closeout, that was something we had already kind of started to spend in our capital as it goes forward.
And also, some of the revenue surplus and some of the expenditure savings, we were also projecting at that point and were included in our budget projections.
Yeah, so it's not all new money or unexpected, it's just now finally part of the closeout for the year. You know, and just my other comments is, I guess I have a little concern about the labor savings as we go forward. You know, I want to make sure that we don't have important tasks that kind of fall through the cracks. And, you know, we're like, okay, well, Core will take over some of what we used to do with our energy manager, but are they really geared up for those tasks, or have we assigned all those tasks? I know as far as the elements of our building rehabs and some of those retrofit, we know how we're managing those, but it seemed to me that there were other tasks that were being more public outreach, more long-term vision about energy that we don't necessarily fully have covered now. And that's just one example. I mean, I don't want to start adding personnel back that's unnecessary, but at the same time, I want to make sure we haven't gone so lean that we're not able to fulfill the kind of strategic priorities that we've set out. And I think it obviously is a larger discussion for all of us about the new expenditures into capital or the payroll plan. But, you know, for me, I feel very nervous about, do we need a firefighting reserve for this summer, given what we're seeing in Jefferson County already this year, and the snow projections, which are just terrible, and things like that. And I personally I know I'm behind the curve on this because I was absent at NACO while there was a discussion about the capital at the Airport Business Center and whether there would be any sidewalks or not, but I've gotten a number of letters from people since then, and so, you know, that's the type of thing I would want to look to do projects well as we do them, and you know, just continue to look at how we can fund some of the goals we came up with the most recent retreat at the Aspen Square to make sure we're really reaching these new priorities well. Thank you.
Board? Jack?
Yeah, I would reinforce Rachel's comment about the DeGraw money and money from the loan that we accrued to Midland Park, because that, I think, in my mind, certainly was also calculated in, you know, how we were going to move forward. My personal philosophy, both as a commissioner and my personal life, is when you get extra money, you don't spend it right away. And I think I would defer any discussion about spending this money until we get past this quarter. I think revenues might be up, and we've heard they're up, sales tax wise, in January. February might have been, you know, consistent budget wise. I just don't know how March is going to turn out. I'm very concerned with our snow and people, you know, getting on the net. They know exactly where the snow is at these days. And there's a very strong correlation. So I would take a conservative approach. If I were to ask either John or Connie, when you look at this, separate of DeGraw and Midland Park, how many real dollars do we have other than deferred dollars? You know, some of this is deferred or whatever. How many actual spendable dollars do we have out of this? I mean, you look at we've deferred 191,000 out of vehicles. Doesn't mean we're not going to spend the money, and it's not going to have to be in a future budget. Am I correct on that?
Some of them are actually vehicles that are not being replaced.
Oh, yeah, like the land management.
And
exactly.
The land management, and also the sheriffs that gave up a deputy position and are also rationalizing how many cars they have available. So some of them are actual savings.
So that is real dollars.
In our 10-year plan, we actually reduced the total amount that we're spending on vehicles by adjusting our replacement schedules and also eliminating vehicles. So those are real savings. Those are real. They're not magic asterisks, to come in 2013.
Not Enron accounting, not to say that we ever do that, of course, but, I very much appreciate Chris and the organization's approach to that. I was concerned when I became a commissioner, and we really honed down on, our number of vehicles and therefore maintenance, et cetera, et cetera. But basically, again, and in short, because at this point, we look flush, I don't support actively engaging in trying to spend the extra money at this point.
George? This meeting is just an update. We're not asked for any spending decisions at this meeting. Is that correct, John?
That's true. I think, when we were looking at the 337, we'd like the opportunity to come back to you. Certainly not on the full $5 million, because Jack, I agree, you want to keep some of those reserves in the bank, but we're showing surpluses, significant surpluses all the way around. As I read the documentation from past budgets, when we made the payroll cuts and such, we had made a commitment to try, if we ran into these surpluses, to bring that back and get the organization in a healthy and competitive position. And so, I'd like the opportunity to come back to you guys with a proposal to spread that 337 without affecting the 5-year plan that you've adopted, to see if we can't come up with a more investment in the employee pay plan. And then during 2013, if you wanted to look at any of those one-time dollars towards projects or such, that's something we could do at that point, which would get you past that first and second quarter to see if we're still performing well.
So that's a proposal by the county manager to at least investigate the county pay plan. So I don't think Jack's objecting to investigating it. He might object to spending it, but so if it's okay with the board, we'll give John direction to go ahead and do that. Okay? Rachel and then Jack.
I agree with the direction. I think it's something that will obviously require discussion. And so the past records that you mentioned, I think it'd be very helpful as a refresher for all of us as we go through all these numbers and budgets from year to year as to what we've looked at. The other kind of side note to that is I think Jack brings up a good point of what are real solid long-term built-in savings and what are deferred, because a few of these are deferred items like copier replacement that will happen. I don't know that we've reduced the number of copiers so much, and so we really have that context. But also, particularly, some of the savings were from unspent organizational training budget, and we certainly have talked about trying to get that back in a meaningful way for the health of the organization and the skills and expertise. So, I agree with that, and then to the extent we can have that conversation, I don't know, you'll have to figure out the timeliness of it, but after the next quarter is in, I think it would be valuable. It does look like we're on track to be able to do the bonuses that we had discussed this year, which are very minor. They're about 1.5% pool, and that work is ongoing about how those would actually be allocated. It does. I'm thankful that it looks like we're on track, that we'll be able to at least move that portion forward.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we need to have fine lines defined here. And as far as organizational excellence and investing in training and that, and I certainly support that. But if part of this, if $337,000 is being looked at to adjust salaries, I don't support that, and I don't support the investigation. We have a budget plan, and that plan is to look at the bonuses, and we're real serious about that. And down the road, if it turns out to be a spectacular year, it doesn't mean we can't do a second bonus. But when we start messing with the budget about our projections and salaries, therefore benefits, and you know how all that plays, you're starting to escalate a lot of factors all at once. And I don't support that. We're part of an organization that's also part of the real world, and the real world, though we might be feeling pretty good and we have excellent staff and performance and what we're accomplishing, doesn't mean tomorrow is also going to be the same. You know, all the market has to do is dive 2,000 points and the psychology of everything changes. You know, and we don't know what's happening. There's Iran, there's Korea, there's, you know, God forbid, all the things out there that can change the outlook very easily. And I just have to take a conservative approach, step by step. We get to second quarter, Jack, you know, continuing on, it's going to be feeling better. It's just one individual's feedback.
So, George, how do you feel?
I wouldn't mind investigating it. I think that, more to the point, we should be looking at this as we go into our 2013 budget. Is that what I'm not understanding?
I think looking at it from a 5-year plan, because you definitely, I would not suggest applying all of this in 2012. I think that doesn't leave us, as Jack is pointing out, room to make adjustments if things change. I do think there may be some room to add to that 2012 at a pretty minimal, you know, go from maybe 1.5 to 2 or 2.5% is, you know, maybe using between 57 and 114,000 of that, and then looking at, you know, how can we build that in to the 5-year plan so that we can maybe come back to that full pay plan quicker without affecting the 5-year plan that you've adopted. Again, keeping those fund balances intact that are very healthy right now, and that, you know, you have the ability to, you know, decide, Rachel, I think as you're pointing out, do you want to apply more of those to one time and not ongoing? And, you know, that's why I keyed in on the 337. That was really in excess to what we budgeted, not, you know, it's not just saying, oh, we came in with 337,000 more. We came in with 3.9 million more. 337 of that was in excess of what we budgeted, and that's why I feel like you can conservatively have some wiggle room to look at applying those dollars towards operations.
So I think you've got direction. Is that right, Rachel? You're comfortable with investigating it. Jack has struck a cautious note, but that doesn't mean that the investigation into how to deal with the 337 overage essentially is going to affect the county. So you've got direction to go ahead.
Michael, a quick comment. John, I would compliment you on you showing your colors as far as your relationship and concern for and support for staff.
Thanks.
I don't have to agree, but that's okay.
It's okay.
Connie and John, thank you very much. I appreciate your updates.
This is unprecedented.
It's 2:30. We're way ahead of schedule. Is there any objection to being ahead of schedule?
I'd like to roll through it. I need sun on my legs.
So I think then, Rachel, we're going to continue this meeting.
Okay, thank you. I need to catch Cindy for a minute. Please continue.
Could you do it outside then?
Sure. Go ahead.
And so we have memos of interest.
So I don't think we've gotten Nan caught up to our schedule, so I wonder if we can maybe try and address the Human Services update last and see if she has an opportunity to get here. Maybe we can roll through these in order with, or maybe not in order. Maybe we should start off just with the several thank you letters that you've received as a result through the Healthy Community Fund. There is a pile of them. I don't know if you wanted to visit about any of those in particular, but just wanted to point out that those funds are getting distributed and being put to use out in the community.
So let's just review, John, let's just say, because so the public knows exactly who sent those letters.
You want me just to go through and...
Well, we have a letter from English in Action, the Health Community Fund supported. We have the Aspen Camp of the Deaf and Hard of Hearing. We have family visitor programs. We have it says Tom's Door. Tom's Door, I'm
It
sorry.
must be the left door or the right door.
Yeah, there's a lot of doors in town, and I've never heard of Tom's Door, but...
They provide assistance with dental work and eye care, vision care for low-income families.
So Tom's Door, the Early Learning Fund, and Catholic Charities. Well, we already had a letter from the Aspen Camp for the Deaf, Challenge Aspen, and that's it. So those are all programs that the Healthy Community Fund supports, and we've made grants to those organizations, and they've written us thank you notes. So I just wanted to note, and we deeply appreciate the service that they give to the community and making this a healthier community.
Thanks, Michael. Are we ready to go into the Aspen Chamber Resort Association memo of interest?
Sure.
Okay. This was an item that's been brought up now in open discussion on two different occasions, very briefly last week because we were running out of time. And in essence, the Aspen Chamber Resort Association, ACRA, does have a history of opposing the U.S. Chamber's position on climate change, including a resolution, which I apologize, I did not get their resolution attached to this, but we can certainly give you a copy. But in 2009, the Chamber Resort Association did adopt a resolution formally opposing the U.S. Chamber's position on climate change. They've joined another group of chambers that for innovation and climate change. And there's been, I think, an ongoing discussion among the membership about what strategies to employ to affect the policy change that our community desires by the U.S. Chamber. And that can go anywhere from trying to change that policy position as a member and taking positions as they have in the past. There have been a number of organizations that have dropped their membership in the U.S. Chamber, making the issue of climate change of threshold really importance in deciding whether to be a part of that organization or not. On April 19th, the Aspen Chamber Resort Association is going to be holding a retreat. At least one of the topics, I don't know if the whole retreat is dedicated to this topic or not, Michael? No? Okay. One of the topics, though, will be consideration of ACRA's continued membership in the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. During open discussion, staff was asked to prepare a draft resolution stating the county's position that we'd like to see ACRA exit from membership in the U.S. Chamber as a threshold issue. There was also, I think, some brief discussion about, there may be other avenues, maybe we want to write a letter, maybe we want to take a position as a board that Michael, as our ACRA representative, would take into that April 19th meeting. And so, per the board direction, during open discussion, we have prepared a draft resolution, which is attached to the memo that we can discuss today. And I think what we're looking for is, from a staff perspective, is clarifying what our position is on this issue, and then which method we want to pursue. Is it a resolution? Is it a letter? Is it, direction to Michael moving forward, and get direction on how we should proceed as staff. So with that, I think, Michael, I turn it back over to the board for discussion.
Thanks, John. Board? George?
Well, I brought this item forward, and I still believe that we should take a very strong, proactive stance with our position, knowing that our whole economy, our whole lifestyle, everything that we hold true to our values, it really comes down to being reliant on our ability to try to start to address climate change, and that has to be done by legislation and by education. And what has always been, or what has been a political discussion in terms of trying to circumvent this discussion, I think certainly the oil and gas industry is not supported by science or by facts. That we do know that climate change is happening, and I think it's our responsibility to take a stance on it. And I think our chamber, who has also acknowledged that the U.S. Chamber is not taking a positive stance in this, that we should ask them to send a strong message that, again, hopefully will be picked up by other communities to alert the U.S. Chamber that this is very critical to our long-term sustainability. So I would support the resolution. I would support that at the retreat that our representative votes no for the continuation in the U.S. Chamber.
Board, any further comment? Rachel?
I agree with everything that George has said, although I guess at the final summation, I think it's important for our board to express how we believe on this issue as a majority. I think that it's less about direction to the board member about how to vote or not vote on the issue. And just, kind of, I don't know what the past record is. I wouldn't, have the crystal ball to anticipate Michael's position. I never saw this as something about directing our board members' action as much as our board saying, this is how we feel as a majority, whatever that majority ends up being. But I just you cannot look through the news, whether it's science news or any website, not just politically leaning or gotcha websites, to see both how politicized the debate is and also how substantial the science is about climate change and how potentially dire the consequences are for everything. Jack has talked about how our economy is related on world events. We might have the best snow year possible, but if other catastrophes are overtaking the nation, that's just simply not going to cut it for our economy. And one thing touches another, and I think nothing touches everything as much as climate does. And so I think it's time for some action, some positive action. And there was a very good letter to the editor today about a fellow who said that he's not really very sure that, separate from the climate issues, that the U.S. Chamber really represents the interest of business community as a whole when you talk about Main Street businesses versus international corporations. And that really concerns me, that it's become less about a U.S. chamber than an international chamber. And I also think it's become a highly political organization. And I know in the past, when our own chamber, decades ago, became a very political organization and supporting recalls or this or that, it ended up costing them a lot of members. And it wasn't until those members dropped out that the board changed and realized that they needed to work more towards items that were of interest and chamber services and really promoting business, and less about trying to impact a political outcome one way or the other. And it's just been frustrating for many of us to see this voice that the U.S. Chamber of Commerce is able to carry, further muddying the waters on the science, on the pure science of the issue. So I'm in support of the resolution.
Jack? A couple things, maybe in sequence, if you don't mind, Michael. What I heard earlier today is that this is one of the agenda items for the retreat. Would you give us any feedback about what that means, what they're considering? You know, we already understand the Aspen Chamber's position, I believe, which is it's absolutely not in lockstep with a national organization relative to climate change. So what are they going to be trying to determine, what's the goal of that agenda item?
Well, I think the goal is to consolidate the viewpoint of the membership and see whether they want to continue membership within the chamber or not.
So it's a more formal discussion after the survey, as it were.
Yeah, I mean,
surveys seem to be overwhelmingly, no, we don't want to drop out.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the survey question was.
Okay.
Whether if the survey question had said to the effect, given that the U.S. Chamber supports or does not support climate change, would you continue your membership in it? I don't know if that was the question or not. It was just whether we should continue or not. I didn't see the survey.
I might be able to shed some light on it. I think the question is going to be more one of tactics. Now, the policy position of the Chamber is clear in opposition to the U.S. Chamber's opposition to any climate change legislation. And so the way the survey was written was to ask, should we remain a member and continue opposing from within, and I'm paraphrasing the question a little bit, but continue opposing from within, should we drop membership in the U.S. Chamber? And Jack, I think as you pointed out, I think it was around 60% of the membership that responded. And I don't think there's a large number of the membership, but enough that they felt is statistically valid. It was over 60% responded to stay as a member and continue opposing from within the organization. But that, I think, is what is going to be discussed at the retreat. It's really a matter of what tactic seems to make the most sense. Is it, staying as a member? Is it exiting membership? Does that send the strongest message? It's not going to be a question of policy.
Okay. Okay, having heard that, Michael, you, at our last work session, which was a very brief discussion, expressed reservations about moving forward with a resolution. I've been thinking of it since that conversation. I'm supportive of inaction. I haven't determined in my own mind which way we should go, or is it premature? Should we take an action, for example, a formal action, which is a resolution, after the chamber comes to a decision and we would be supporting where they're going? Would we, as a preliminary step, accomplish that preliminary step by a direction to you as our representative to formally support moving out of the organization? What I'm trying to find out here, and and I haven't been able to come up with an answer, is what's the validity of resolution or a letter or a statement by our representative? You know, which way? I think those are the three paths that I've identified, and I think that when I read the memo, it just kind of reinforced. So would you give us some feedback about maybe some elaboration about your comments the other day? And you certainly could expand upon them and, you know, change your view, whatever, because all of us have had time to think, and that's what I'm doing here, is trying to decide what is the right course of action now, because I'm inferring, without having had this conversation, if we do a reso, this reso could be prepared for reading tomorrow. I'm inferring that's the course of action. So I'm trying to figure out what's the best action when.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, Jack, except that it has been an ongoing subject of conversation within the chamber, including, the ski company, who has a very strong position on global warming. But surprise, surprise, it's the U.S. Chamber is a business organization, right? So it's not surprising that they would be tentative, at the very least, about climate change, and not so tentative about promotion of U.S. business, whether domestic or internationally. So, for me, it's sort of a tempest in a teapot here. It's $800 membership. It's strictly symbolic. Personally, I think the Chamber is a mature organization that doesn't need resolutions coming from the county commissioners telling them how to act. I think that at very best a letter is sufficient stating our position on it, and let them decide. This is an unusual situation to direct a member with a resolution to go forward to their representative organizations. I mean, I haven't had one for RAFTA, a resolution directing how I should vote on RAFTA. I haven't had any direction on Root Eye Water and Power, what to do there. I haven't had, it doesn't, I think we're just getting worked up, quite frankly, over not very much. I think a letter is sufficient saying this is our position and we hope you would agree with it. And they do, in effect. So. Yes, George.
If we use CCI as an example, where we have Rachel and Jack as our reps, and whenever there's some issues that come up that may be a little difficult in terms of making that decision, you always are respectful in asking the rest of the board how should we vote, what side do we want to lean on. And as our representatives, you take that to heart, and I believe you follow, I think, the course of the direction of the board. And I think as we serve on any boards, regardless of what boards we serve on, if there is a watershed issue like this one, I think it's important for the board to make a stance, and the ability to make the stance is through a resolution and through our vote. I mean, that's really our ability to have our voice heard. And if we don't take that opportunity, then I don't believe we're fulfilling our obligation to the citizens who we represent. Some are business owners and some are not, but we represent the entire community. And this is not only a community issue, this of course is a global issue. And it may be sort of immaterial in terms of the $800 that the ACRA contributes to the U.S. Chamber, but I think it's a larger issue in terms of what we feel is important and where our values stand. And I think this is one of those watershed decisions. I think that there are some other businesses that will come out as well. And I think that survey, unless I misunderstood or read that wrong, I thought that survey came in with a very small minority of businesses actually responding, about 11%. And I'm not sure that, again, that survey was really as informative as it could have been in terms of why the chamber, why ACRA should or should not be continuing to support the U.S. Chamber. So I think that when we send out surveys, before we make a decision, we always make sure that we have a really good sense of what our citizens are really asking us to do, and we try to respond to that. But when we haven't got a clear direction, then it's up to us as a board to make those decisions. And that's what ACRA has to do. In fact, their board, they have to make that decision based on limited information, limited feedback from their membership. But we're a member of the chamber, and I think that we represent a constituency much larger than the chambers, and we should have our voice heard at the table.
Yeah, I mean, my view is that my voice actually, I have never objected to the Chamber's stance on climate change, ever, and would expect, if they had a vote, to vote for withdrawal from the Chamber. So, I kind of resent being told how to vote on a board. I just kind of resent it, quite frankly. It's not that I don't object to it, but I think the use of a resolution to tell me how to vote is inappropriate. Yes, John.
Yeah, George, excellent example of CCI and how if there's a little doubt or we want reinforcement because we're really going to face a heck of a challenge, we come in here, run it by. I think Rachel and I are collectively and individually easily able to know who we represent and what we represent on this board. And you are also at ACRA, Michael. Again, my problem here is to what action to take when. And I just think we've got a lot of information. You hear, you read in the newspaper, and you talk to, and I have to say I've only talked to a couple businesses, and people are certainly upset about this climate change issue. But I think for us to take where I'm landing here is for us to take a formal action, either in the form of a resolution or letter now, before April 18th, I think might be premature. And I in no way would want to challenge your feeling that you're a bit offended by us. Well, that's your own thing, Michael. You can be wherever you're at. Because we as a board collectively will, I think, down the road take an action here. But I'm not ready to write a letter or a resolution for tomorrow. I want to wait till the 18th when there is hopefully the board chairman, Warren, runs the meeting on, and this, I should say, on this agenda item, to a conclusion that, yes, we're going to take a definitive action one way or another. Because, what we hear is, I mean, there's not been a final decision. It sounds like the point of this agenda item is to make a final decision on this issue. And if anyone can correct me, well, good. I just think, you know how we feel. I think it's consistent with everything we've done, whether it's an energy action plan or letter relative to climate change that's in our packet, etc. I think you can take that message, if you want to ignore your own feelings and just support the boards, you know where we're at. So I'm not sensing we need to take a formal action yet.
Rachel?
Thank you. Again, I'll come back and say this 10 times in a row if I have to. I do not look at a resolution from our board to the Chamber of Commerce as directing you how to vote. It doesn't say that anywhere in here. That was never brought up by George when he initially brought this item up. I don't think that's, that this resolution and your personal vote coincide would be, a happy occasion, but it was never about saying, if you end up being the minority, you could easily say, I hold this seat, this is my position on this vote, I know my board feels differently, here's their resolution. I don't think it was ever is about directing you how to vote, period. I do think that the issue depends on how much you see it as a tempest in the teapot versus an issue of great urgency. And I see it as an issue of great urgency for a variety of reasons. Many just anecdotal in your daily life. Others are, concerned for what is happening that is probably unstoppable at this point, unstoppable without radical action. And I saw a great saying the other day, it's like, how do you explain to your children or grandchildren that the waters have been poisoned and the land has been poisoned, the waters are polluted, and the atmosphere is gone because it was good for the economy? And I tend to think that you look at CCI, there was a time when things got out of hand and a few counties withdrew from CCI, and it ended up making a change in policy there. There's been discussion of late of what went too far. Would there be other counties withdrawing again because it was not representation of the greatest interests? I know in Club 20, when Gunnison County and San Miguel County and a few other counties chose to withdraw from Club 20, it certainly changed the tenor of the dialogue and the discussion and the treatment of the members who remained, and a great deal of effort has gone to try to court those counties to come back in and to broaden their interest to be much more active on education and health care and things that are of common interest to all counties instead of oil and gas. So I think there can be value in saying at a certain point to a national organization or whatever, I really just don't line up with your values anymore. I like a lot of your work, I like a lot of what you do, but the things that matter the most to me, you're just not participating in. And when I look at this resolution, the bottom line here is, furthermore, if it were to pass, the Board of Commissioners encourages the Aspen Chamber Resort Association to follow suit with major corporations to send the U.S. Chamber of Commerce the message that the challenges of climate change are of threshold importance by withdrawing from membership in the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. And it's urging them to take that next step to say, do something more. I mean, I don't know what they've been doing internally to try to change the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, but is their $800 contribution going to match the contribution of the oil and gas industries in terms of, or do we have a seat on the board of directors? Do we have real input? What are they going to do internally other than at some level finally saying, I cannot, this is a mile too far. I cannot go down this road with you any further. And I think the issue is to that point. You hate to bring politics into it, but when you see what's happened throughout the past year on the national debate and the stage, where people somehow believe we can have a colony on the moon in 8 years, but we don't believe in the science that gets us to climate change, that we can assure ourselves that fracking is safe and the emissions are safe, but we don't, that science is safe, but this science is not safe. This science is good, that science is not good. It's gotten absurd. It's gotten absurd. And I think it's time to take some more definitive actions. That's why I think this resolution is carefully worded, it's thoughtfully worded, it's not extremist, and it just urges them to take a bigger step, and to urge them to take a bigger step while they consider it at a retreat is appropriate. To respond after the retreat is somewhat meaningless to me. Perhaps it would be a happy coincidence that it all lines up, and then, our resolution was just on board with it. But if we wait till after the retreat to say, well, why didn't you vote this way, that starts to be a little a day late and a dollar short to me.
Yeah, I agree with that, Rachel. If you wait till the chamber makes a decision, we're either going to agree with them or not agree with them, but our chance to have our input, sending a message to the board of directors at the chamber for their deliberation discussions has gone to naught. So this is the opportunity to let them know where we stand, and when they make those deliberations and have those discussions, they have that as part of their decision-making. But to wait till afterwards, the decision will have already been made, and so I'm not sure why we would do that. We might as well not send anything then, either way, but I think we're missing an opportunity.
Yes, Jack?
Just not sure formal action is that much more meaningful than Michael's vote and before the vote discussion at that meeting. I mean, I would assume Michael's voice is equal to any in the room, and as our representative, he speaks from that position representing the county. And so I'm not sure that, I'm just not sure that this resolution is, this format is so necessary. I think it gets accomplished the same way with Michael when the vote is taken, and hopefully, and I've not gone, and I don't intend to go to an ACRA meeting. Michael's our representative, but I would hope you interact in the conversations as is necessary, you feel necessary, representing our interests. And I can't imagine any time in the past that you've not represented our interests, because we're pretty well unified on, you know, what we think is Pickens County values and our approach to protecting the environment. But is this, you know, is a resolution necessary? I'm not sensing it's necessary.
Yes, John?
It strikes me that everyone's on the same page as far as the position. And Michael, I heard you say you would probably vote, probably, I mean, you haven't heard everything, but all things being equal right now, for ACRA to exit chamber membership. Amir and Rachel George supporting the resolution. We're really talking about, you know, what's the best tactic to communicate, I think, a position that we all agree on. Is that, or that the board agrees on? Is that a fair position to take? I kind of wonder if the question really to answer, is there a way to communicate that you can all agree on? So if it's not a resolution, maybe we write a similarly worded letter, you know, for the board's signature. Because it's really about tactic, not about position right now. I'd hate to water that down by us not agreeing on what the right tactic is. If that makes sense.
I guess the difference between a letter and a resolution is a resolution lives beyond all of us here. A letter goes on and then it disappears. It has no life afterward. And so, as a county commissioner on BOCC, I want us to go on record that will live on for future commissioners, saying this was important for us to take a stance. This is a watershed decision that we have to meet and we have to work towards. And so for future boards to know that this was important to us. You know, we'll talk tomorrow. I'm sure there'll be lots of comments tomorrow regarding Dwight Shellman. And the decisions that they made have lived on to carry us today in terms of where our values are and how we view our land use, which is much, much different than any other county in Colorado. So here's an opportunity to make a statement. You can make a statement with a letter, you can make a statement with a resolution, you can make a statement just by your vote and by being there, but what's going to live on past R stays here, and that's what a resolution does for me.
So it seems to me we're deadlocked. John was trying to get a way out of that deadlock. So I don't know how to proceed.
You know, when we're deadlocked, we don't proceed. I mean, obviously, that's that, but I think it will raise a future question. Is our membership in our local chamber appropriate if they're continuing to support an organization that opposes any climate change action? That's a question we're going to wrestle with after this retreat. I don't know how we don't.
Well, the question, Rachel, they do not, they have their position on climate change, the local. They're not agreeing with the U.S. Chamber in the least. Now, whether an $800 membership ensures the continued existence of the U.S. Chamber, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But clearly, the ACRA board does not agree with the position or the stated position of the U.S. Chamber. Very simple.
Well, it would be great if you could bring back to us, Michael, the actions in which they're taking to really make that position known nationally, since they're part of a national organization.
They wrote a letter to the U.S. Chamber to that effect.
Okay. Again, writing a letter, we all know we do that occasionally, but when you want to follow up on something, you make trips, you take out ads, you reach out to other associate members. You know, it'd be nice to know what actions will they take, and maybe that's a topic for retreat for you and them, of what bigger actions can they take other than having sent a letter to disagree, and what are they doing to try to really change the culture of the organization?
Well, I think that's the question in front of them.
Yeah.
And the question in front of them is just a withdrawal from the U.S. Chamber, enough of a statement that they can go on with a clear conscience, or should they work at getting it adopted by other members of the chamber in unison? I mean, does withdrawal actually do anything, or does continued engagement do more? I don't know, but that will be a topic of discussion for the retreat. That's exactly it.
Great.
Yes.
Michael, do you have any feedback for us what this Chambers for Innovation is, an organization of 130 chambers of commerce dedicated to addressing climate change?
I don't know what it is.
Has that been a topic under consideration? I mean, they joined, was it the board joined, or?
I can't tell you.
I think that happened a number of years ago, Jack, and to Rachel, I can speak to a little bit of what's happened up to this point, but not going forward, which I think is your bigger concern. But in 2009, there was a resolution adopted by ACRA opposing. They did bring a member from the U.S. Chamber from, I believe, D.C. to an ACRA meeting to receive that resolution and to have that discussion about ACRA's position. What I don't know is, beyond those efforts, what's happened or what the game plan is moving forward. And again, we're kind of deadlocked on the tactic, and it's not something we have to decide today. We can have further discussion. I do think a commitment was made when we knew Rob wasn't going to be here to actually bring the discussion back when there was a full board anyway, but to see if we had a sense of direction among the majority of the board. And what I'm hearing is you all are in the same position as far as right now ACRA's membership, but not necessarily agreeing on whether a resolution that provides a legacy position versus a letter or a statement during the retreat is the right tactic. And so maybe it's appropriate for us to maybe save that discussion, think on it a little bit more, and bring it back when we have Rob at the table also.
Yes, Jack?
Yeah, I was just looking, the 18th, and unfortunately, Michael's not here on the 10th when Rob is back. I didn't exactly know what we committed to, except there were further discussion. And I guess he had reservations, but we never heard them. But I would disagree with one thing George said, that I would agree and disagree. I would agree that a resolution addressing that request is a formal action that stays, but we're not precluding by this discussion today not doing a resolution in the future. What we're saying right now, and maybe it falls on my shoulders, certainly, that I'm just not ready to take a formal action until that meeting of the 18th. So, I mean, if Rob shows up the 10th, not if, when Rob shows up on the 10th, well, he's getting married. So, but anyway, have fun, Rob. We're not going to have this discussion on the 10th, because I don't think I'm going to change my position before the 18th. So, but I'm not saying that I don't want to have this discussion, but I kind of forgot where we were there, you having said that, I don't have a problem bringing this back for a board discussion after the decision of the 18th, because a resolution that, if it's passed, is that board action that has memorialized through a formal action. I would hope Michael has expressed, and I'm hearing he has, our dissatisfaction with their stand on climate change, and to me that suffices. So until we have another conversation on this, if there is a desire, I guess we are stalemated.
Well, it's direction.
Okay. So, the next item is...
We have the Human Services Semi-Annual Update, which is actually the first item.
And that's the first item.
Just here. Thank you for coming over a little early.
Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't come earlier. We had an administrative review today in child welfare, and so we were just getting the executive audit summary. I thought I should stay for that.
Busy?
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. Or else I would have been here. So here's the Health and Human Services update. It's a twice a year update. We've been trying to sort out a little bit what we share in this update and what we share in the Board of Social Services quarterly reports and what we share in the Board of Health quarterly reports. So we'd love any ideas or feedback you have on that, and I think that, I don't know if you want me to present anything formal, or you want to just discuss or ask questions?
Well, now, give us some highlights. Let's start with some highlights.
Okay. The highlight for me in doing this is I am just so proud to be part of the Health and Human Services team. When you consider the day-to-day operations, the number of people that we see and we're dealing with, and then on top of that, we're looking at regionalizing services, we're looking at filling gaps in services, we're looking at expanding services, we're trying to find local, state, and federal resources. And to me, this report really reflects on the things that we do, mostly other than the day-to-day operations. So I'm really proud of these things. For example, we recently held a child protection team training in Elgibel that was very highly received. What we're trying to do is communicate with our community partners what our responsibilities are in child welfare and how we need all of our partners to work with us to wrap services around families to be successful. We've been continue to be very busy in care management, which you may remember is a service for people 60 and older. And we see a lot of seniors. We've actually, in the last year, seen that it's taking our care manager, who's now been doing it for a year and a half, and we contract with Aspen Counseling Center for this service. She's actually becoming more efficient, and she's serving people faster and connecting them to resources faster. And what we're finding in care management, which is essentially it's services to support vulnerable seniors who need that extra help to connect to the safety net services that exist for them. What we're finding in the last year is that most of the requests that are coming in are for financial support, which is no surprise given the economy. And so our care manager is busy linking and doing what we call braiding of funding between local, state, and federal resources. For example, someone might come in with significant need for dental care, a senior, and you may recall that Medicare does not cover dental. So we have to find private resources. We use our local emergency fund. We use some of the care management dollars, and we go to a variety of sources to pull together the finances. And then on top of that, we work with local dentists to get them to reduce their fee for particular clients who are, significantly financially challenged. So those are the kinds of things that we do in care management, and it seems to be that the demand remains high for those kinds of services. We continue to work really closely with Eagle County, trying to look at opportunities to find efficiencies and join some of our services. So I think that in the next month we're going to probably be considering a request from Eagle County to take on their eligible Eagle County child welfare and adult protection cases, much like they do our public assistance caseload. So we'll bring that to you, of course, once we have a proposal that's, that merits your attention. But we're also looking at senior services in Elgibel and how we can work with Eagle County to make Elgibel a place where Pitkin, Eagle, and Garfield people can go and get a similar level of service that they get up here at the Aspen Senior Services Center.
Rachel?
The work you're doing with Eagle County, that would be presented as a contract for services and appropriate costs allocated back and forth.
Yes, and that's what we're talking about now.
It's not us taking over their workload as much as performing it for them the same way we do on plowing service.
A contract for service, right? And there could be some great benefits to us. In terms of child welfare in particular, we would add a staff person to our on-call. So we're on call every 7 days. We're on call 24/7, as you know. And also we have existing relationships with our Eagle County partners, because a lot of our cases move between Eagle and Pitkin, and I think that it would really simplify for us. Sometimes we get stymied when a call comes in and we'll say, well, where does that person live, Eagle or Pitkin? Eagle or Pitkin, and then there's a delay in the case because we're trying to locate that, and I think that it will benefit our customers pretty significantly.
When you read some of the really tragic cases that have happened on the Front Range that have come to light just in the past 3 or 4 months, not the ancient history stuff, the movement between counties was one of the real cofactors of losing track of these kids at risk.
Right, exactly. So that would be a significant positive outcome, I think, for us. But we have to negotiate, that it works for us financially, and we're using the same model that Eagle County uses for us around the costs of public assistance. So, but we'll bring that to you a little bit later. Continue to hold the Regional Homeless Coalition meetings. There'll be another meeting on April 2nd, and this is where we bring the Pitkin County Homeless Coalition and the Garfield County Homeless Coalition and Eagle County representatives together in one room. And this would be probably our third meeting. We meet quarterly, and the priorities that were set by this group were to try to find a regional homeless shelter that would be year-round, because both ends of the valley are trying to create that, and to try to identify opportunities for regional transitional housing, and to try to put our efforts into finding and creating a regional detoxification center. So that's what that group works on. And
Can I ask you a question on that? What sort of ideas or progress is being made in that direction?
regarding all three of those areas, or any?
Are you making any headways? I mean, you've got to probably first identify some land available, and then sort of the partnership in terms of the funding, and which are the priorities in terms of moving this forward, or is it going to be all encompassing one facility?
All good questions, George. Since we only meet quarterly, we don't always get to those outcomes that we would like to. For now, the group primarily meets for networking purposes and to share the progress of each end of the valley. So are we making progress? I think the fact that everyone wants to meet together is progress, that they see a lot of potential by combining their energy into one, but we don't have anything specific right now. We are participating. I've told John I'm participating in a group that the 9th Judicial is holding. Judge Lynch is holding around detoxification, and I'm trying to work on bringing the concept of regionalization to that group. It's mostly been Garfield County, Glenwood Springs folks.
So does Garfield County or Eagle County on the other side, do they have a detox facility or a dedicated homeless facility, either county?
It's a good question. Let's start with detox. So in Garfield County Jail in Glenwood Springs, there are 2 detox beds that are to be shared amongst the region of Eagle, Pitkin, Garfield. It's not working very well. The beds are either not filled at all or overly full, and for the most part, the right door is generally taking people all the way to Grand Junction if they're willing to go to detox. Eagle County had a jail-based detox, but we just learned that they moved it to an old police office station.
Yeah.
Is that what Don said?
Yeah.
But they're running their own locally, and they sort of bailed out of the Garfield County one. What we're finding from our public safety partners is that the detox is not working well. They won't take people more than once. And even so, if someone's been down there or hears about it, they don't want to go down there because then they got to come back. So we're finding that it's not a very good solution. It's a hold. It's a detoxification hold. So they're not getting treatment. They're not getting referrals. They're not getting linked up to 12-step programs, things like that. Homeless shelter, as you all know, maybe, St. Mary's agreed to host the homeless shelter until a week ago, I believe, and then the Aspen Community Church takes the homeless shelter for the rest of the season, which is really until April 1st. So we just run a winter shelter up here from December 1st till April 1st. Garfield County has a winter shelter as well, and it's run for a shorter time period. I believe it goes I think it goes to the end of February. And so we're both looking at, we have sort of temporary winter shelters, and we both are, both coalitions desire the opportunity to have a year-round shelter, because certainly the population is here year-round. Does that help?
A little bit, thanks.
Did I miss something?
No, it's a challenge, I understand.
It is a challenge,
Yeah, if I can just build on, I mean, because nothing Nan deals with is simple, is I think the general rule.
I like to mow the lawn because at least it's something you can finish, whereas...
But even the concept of combining the transitional housing, mental health services, and detox has pros and cons, associated with it. There can be arguments for in transitional housing, you actually want to have that separated out a little bit because you're trying to reintegrate folks into mainstream communities, so you want to have that in good proximity to services, but not so kind of institutionalized, with a population that's still needing a lot of services. Detox is, that can work as far as triage with mental health, but a lot of places have found separating that out and doing the regional solution. And so I think those are all the types of questions. What's that best mix of services? How do you best achieve the outcomes? And it's not an easy answer. Sometimes it makes sense to put them all together. Sometimes it makes sense to actually pull them apart and have the folks at different places to pay on what milestones they've reached in their own lives. And is that a fair way of putting it in? And so that's I think the tough questions that you guys are wrestling with. And then who can come to the table with resources for the services is probably the biggest question to put on.
And I think a lot of our philosophy is keep holding the discussions and look for the opportunities as they come up. As long as we have strong relationships, once an opportunity comes up, if we have strong relationships, we can move faster and more efficiently. So that's sort of the philosophy, and that's why you see us attending a lot of meetings and a lot of networking opportunities.
Okay. Yeah, several things. On page 2, just above core focus area, livable and supportive communities, talk about a tabletop exercise with the Aspen Utilities Department relative to power outages. I think that was very innovative on a very small scale, meaning the city of Aspen. But I think we all collectively should be concerned about what could occur with power outages on a larger scale over a period of time. For example, recently we have understood the solar flares issues, and I understand if they became severe, beyond whatever occurred. Well, okay, so we got impacted a little bit relative to real problems, but a solar flare could knock out the grid. And I wonder in our emergency response plans that we've looked at and are going to, through second reading tomorrow, have we addressed issues like that, John, for example? Any idea of the bigger picture? The grid going out, and what does that mean for not only, obviously communications, but literally living in the winter without heat, or any number of water and sewer.
We have the incident command set up, Jack, where that provides a problem-solving structure and decision makers at the table. Since I've been here, we haven't tabletopped, like the example in the memo, which is appropriate. And these things, can happen from time to time. And so I think we still have work to do to identify shelter locations and such. The good news is there are some plans in place, and we have locations, that may or may not be appropriate depending on the situation. So, for example, if you have vulnerable populations, for example, let's take the continuing care, kind of the senior housing by the hospital, lost utilities. We may look across to see, does the school district have something, or does the city have facilities that are functioning? And it's about having those decision makers and resources at the table to quickly make decisions as the situation evolves. But we don't necessarily have a specific plan in place for all situations.
Well, I wonder if it would make sense tomorrow maybe to ask Grady about the bigger picture. For example, when I was on Water and Sand Board in Snowmass, we invested in generators that could run for a period of time. It's only a temporary, but at least you could provide some service. But there's the greater community out there. I don't even know how to ask this giant question. If we really got impacted, how would we transition, hopefully for a short period of time, to what's necessary to get things going again?
And we have done some of that work to have relationships and first preference for emergency equipment, whether it be electric generators or heaters, those sorts of things. For example, I believe through Aspen Rentals, one place where we've got preference, we can call at any time of the day, night, to hook up, whether it be a generator to pigtails on facilities or whatnot, to try and get facilities up and running. But when you're in the middle of an event, it's good to have tabletopped some of that, which is probably something that as an organization and as a community we need to be thinking about more of those types of exercises, because I think you'll learn a lot about where your gaps are through that.
Yeah, and that's the reason I brought it up, not only to compliment senior services staff, but also to raise just the bigger question and the unknown. Secondly, it's really great that an APSHA representative came in and we started that discussion about dealing with our more at-risk seniors, relative to housing, etc. And I compliment all of us, of course, as well as staff, for generating that, because we understand the need is certainly there. A question on page 4, block party. Adult and Family Services staff will be working with the Colorado preschool program to hold a block party. Is that envisioned as being in Aspen, and it's for young children, I'm assuming? And, is that something that really is just at the genesis stage, or is it?
It is in the beginning. I know they just had a meeting this week that they canceled, the CPP, which is the Colorado Preschool Program. And the Colorado Preschool Program, sorry if I didn't describe it here, it's probably the first time I've mentioned it, is a program for children 3 to 5 to help at-risk kids who may be at risk either physically, emotionally, socially, or financially, to get them into a preschool program so that they're school ready by kindergarten. And we sit on the CPP, Colorado Preschool Program Committee in Pickens County, and I believe they're looking at holding this event in Pickens County, and that it would be a part of the month of the Young Child Celebration, which also occurs in May, that Shirley Ritter often asks you guys to do a resolution on.
Well, great. Obviously, that will evolve, and I would assume Pat will also be involved in, getting the word out. Last thing on page 5, the 211 information referral line, Base of Mesa County. That's obviously a regional piece. I know when we went through the Colorado Healthcare Initiative and Senator Hagedorn brought this forward, and now we're right in the middle of this, evolution of healthcare
Regional.
provision throughout the
Region.
state. There was a huge controversy based on centralized referrals and...
Child welfare.
Oh, only, yeah,
That was
okay, right.
related to child welfare referrals.
So that was child welfare. This is in general health and human services?
This is in general Health and Human Services. So it's, I want to say, I hope I'm right, that it is the Piton Foundation, maybe?
Sounds right. I should know that.
So anyway, the state was divided into different regions. We're part of a 10-county region. And the way that it works is you just dial 211 on any phone, and you can get information about any health or human services that are available in your area or the area where you want to access them, as long as the Health and Human Services agencies have submitted their information to the database. And so it's only as good as our agencies keep it updated. And but we are working with 211 right now to see if we can't strongly encourage them to get a website as well, because we believe that a lot of our Pitkin residents have access or ability to look things up on their own. And then we would have 211 phone and web-based. But we're not so worried with this as we would be with child welfare referrals, because of course the stakes are so much higher that in child welfare the cases may or may not be handled the way we would want them to. We're a small county. We accept more cases for investigation because we're smaller and we can.
No, and that's
So you're
consistent
right,
with why
that-
George and I showed up and spoke.
Right, it was a hot
here.
issue, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, so really 211 is a database about where to go if you have this circumstance, this or this. That's not connected to actually providing the care, but
It's a
the
referral.
service.
That's right. And I think that their number one utilization is for food resources. So people call them and they can get county-specific information about where the food banks are, where food pantries are, where food kitchens are, where food assistance can be, accessed. So.
Well, thanks for the update.
Any further questions? Yes, Rachel.
Yeah, I'd like to compliment you on all the work, Nan. You really keep a lot of balls in the air at one time. The forward progress on the dental initiative is, a particular highlight to me, so I'm really glad to see that, and just compliments on that, and we'll hear more about it as it starts to get implemented, but that's good work.
And I can just say that the key to what Rachel is saying is that we recently got identified for a grant to try to work with our Medicaid providers to accept Medicaid for children's dental. And it is a problem throughout the valley, actually throughout the Aspen to Parachute region, that because of some confusion and because of some misinformation, dentists are reluctant to take on Medicaid cases. So we're going to be kind of a pilot in the state to work with dentists and try to help them understand that it's actually easier than they thought it was, and there's more reimbursement than they thought there would be.
Very good. And I've been reading recently, and maybe it's something that you can help clarify for all of us in the community, but it looks like it's the senior property tax exemption is going to be restored, but that will be for the 2013 budget, not for 2012, so...
You mean the statewide?
Statewide?
Mm-hmm.
So,
I don't know.
Yeah, I just think that that's something to try to clarify for people, because there's been some newspaper stories about it just in the past couple of days. Budget outlooks are better, and it just has, I've been confused. Does that make a difference when people file their 2011 taxes, or will it only kick in next year when you file your 2012 taxes in 2013, or how does that play out? But that would just be something to get more information on. It's good news. It's just I want to end any confusion that's out there. And then the last, I guess this is for the board, as well as John, as well as Nan, but, the newest national budget was released by the House of Representatives, the Ryan Plan, and NACO sent a synopsis of that budget. I'm not sure if everyone received it, but it was in what it did in human services, transportation, so on and so forth. I'll be happy to forward that. I was just trying to look at it either yesterday or last night over the weekend. Radical cuts to just everything, and I think it would just have such an impact on the services that we deliver and that our community depends on us to deliver. I don't know that we've done this before, but should we send letters to the Colorado delegation about our sense of that budget? And, I didn't come in prepared to speak to it at length, but as I understand it, you could literally zero out the Department of Interior, the Department of Energy, the EPA, literally all these departments to zero and still be running an annual deficit without some new revenues coming in. And we all know the challenge of balancing the budget only on the backs of discretionary funding. But as the debate, and this may be passed in the House fairly soon, goes forward, it seems reasonable that we would try to make a comment as a county as how it would affect county services. So I don't know if others think that's beyond our reach, or if others taking a look at what that budget is, or we should go on a record, or...
I haven't seen it yet, but certainly...
I'll forward it then, what I got, and if others have looked at it. But it's really a budget that, when you think about whether it's our firefighting response that we need going forward in summers like this, and with working with the Forest Service, the continued cutbacks to their funding, all this funding, it's just a very, very radical budget coming forward. And what it means for human services, I think, is was a huge reduction in the community block development grants, more than half of what's currently being provided.
Hopefully it doesn't survive in the Senate. If there's a play there, because there is an interaction, even though House does budget.
I know, and it's frustrating for all of us. We were very encouraged and hopeful there would be a transportation bill passed at the very end of this month. The authorization to even collect national sales tax expires, and the Senate had a plan, and the House had a plan, and I think the result is going to be a 90-day extension again from the House side. But how does the Department of Transportation budget for any projects this summer when the funding is only assured for another 90 days? And so it's really a drag on the economy and a drag on when I was back in D.C., there was a lot of thought, well, don't worry, the House will adopt the Senate bill since they haven't been able to get anything done. And now it's back to a 90-day extension. And that is just so detrimental to a very short construction season in the shape of our roads at this point.
We haven't, from my perspective, taken a position federally ever, primarily because our allocations are so small that if you look at for example, when the TANF settlement dollars were going to maybe not come, I've heard that they did release them federally, but when they weren't going to be, the hit to us would have been 5% of a $87,000 allocation. So I haven't done anything with that, but if you guys want me to, I can evaluate. It's easier for us to maybe look at how it will affect us statewide, and to take that position than to literally say in Pickens County we're going to see this change, because it's...
Well, and I would agree with that, and these are, as Jack has pointed out, fluid documents. I guess my concern has been, especially when we deal with the very larger counties who have bigger problems and bigger budgets, that it doesn't become this is only going to cost Pickens County $180,000, so they can pick it up if we zero them out, whereas Arapahoe County or Jefferson County, they can't. And so, I'd hate to see the smaller counties or other counties kind of being looked at as, well, they're the ones we're going to start to shed first because their problems aren't as big. And it just, I agree about commenting about the impact to it as a state that would then trickle down to us.
Any further questions for Nan? Jan, thank you for your update. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
So now, future agendas?
Yeah. Sure. First, Tuesday next week is going to look significantly different when it comes out. We had some free time. You recall that both Commissioner Ittner and Owsley will not be present. We were planning on having a discussion on community development fees, but I think as you heard during the fourth quarter budget update, we want to spend a little bit more time looking at those because they may be appropriate at this point. So we're not ready to bring that forward, and plus with 3 out of 5 commissioners here on that kind of question, we didn't think that was appropriate timing. And then we made the decision, I believe, not to interview Bob Thrum, so that will be coming off. So in essence, I think we'll have an iPad demo and memos of interest. It could be a very, very short meeting unless we have the community development semi-annual update. If there are other items that the board would like to discuss, again, we only have 3 members.
Yes, George?
So there won't be an exec session? That was just
You
a
know,
placeholder?
John and I still need to visit about he was not in today, and so I have not been able to visit with him about the exec session agenda.
I mean, my feeling is, even though there's only 3 commissioners present, there are 3 commissioners present, and we should move forward with business as needed, unless there's an item that all commissioners really want to participate in, which we've always put off. But, you know, the vast majority of counties only have 3 commissioners. The business gets done.
Yeah.
Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, I would agree with that, and obviously there'll be a chance to check back in on any executive session items or issues, but I would just ask the 2 commissioners who will be here, if we end up shortening this, would you mind doing a work through the lunch break or things like that, or give John that flexibility so that, you know, we can either start a little later and or both end earlier, so that we don't need an hour lunch break in between if it's going to be a shortened meeting.
Yeah, and I guess I'd ask the 3 of you that are going to be here, would you rather do that in the morning or would you rather do that in the afternoon? Because we'll consolidate. You know, we could start at 1 and probably be, quite frankly, probably be done by 3:30.
Well, that's usually our protocol. If we don't have a really full, we start at 1 or 12, you know, according to preferences about bag lunches. Yeah, I'm really good with 1 o'clock, if that works. Ironically, even some of our board reports will be shorted because 2 won't be here.
I could go either way, and, you know, I was just thinking about your work schedule, so, you know, but whatever, but mainly I just don't want to take an hour break in the middle of a very short agenda.
We'll consolidate them in the afternoon, again, as we're looking at that.
Okay.
Then I'm fast forwarding, just a reminder, on April 17th in the morning, we'll be having our discussion on housing. And then Thursday, April 19th, from 9 to 1, we'll be discussing special events. We did schedule that to be in the Rio Grande
Room?
Yeah.
Okay. I have one question on that, because, Michael, you had just mentioned that the ACRA board retreat is on the 19th. Does that mean you won't be there for our special events strategy meeting?
18th, I thought it was.
I think it's the 19th.
Yeah.
And I had just found out about that, too.
I mean, it's a little far off. We could still give it some consideration, but I think that it's an important topic for this board, and I think the retreat's an incredibly important topic for the ACRA board, so I'd hate to see Michael have to choose between one or the other. That's all I can...
May I don't know if I was asleep or not, but did I hear, oh, it is the 19th, yep. Yeah, I had made a note and I was incorrect. It is the 19th. So gee, we're expecting Michael to be it. I would assume both. Can you do that, Michael?
I can try. Yeah. I'll give you my divided attention.
Do we, and then now a serious question. Do we need to maybe change that Thursday, and this is just for discussion points now, to a 10 o'clock start or something? We're going through lunch anyway, so for me, I'm flexible any way we can accomplish what we need to accomplish.
The real question is the ACRA retreat an all-day retreat?
No, that's from 9 to 1.
9 to 1.
It is 9 to 1. Oh, it is 9 to 1, okay. I didn't have that information.
I think we should start looking for a...
Well, we had moved our meeting till 9 to 1 in order to allow Jack and I a little more time that evening to drive down to CCI. And, we'll have to see what the weather's like, but if we could do ours maybe just from 1:30 to 4 and break at 4, maybe at least broach some of the topics and get it out on the table, get started, then, we could make it to Denver by 8:39, depending on the weather, things like that. I would be open to doing that, to moving it back further in the afternoon.
Yes, George?
Was there a reason that the 18th wasn't going to work, the day before Wednesday?
I know I can't. I've made another commitment, part of the to-be-determined process.
We were really, the other thing we could do, and I guess we still need to hear, Rachel, on what you put on the table. And it's not quite in spirit with trying to do it before April 24th, but we could switch out and do our housing discussion on May 1st right now. We've got a lot of open time. And do our special events discussion the morning of April 17th.
I'm sure I won't be here
Oh,
in May.
oh, okay.
Early, 11 years I've done that.
I know.
Although I, don't have a definitive. But I like Rachel's suggestion, maybe 1:30. Now, Michael, this depends on you if you want to go from, all day. But I also can't see us spending 4 hours on special events. So I think it automatically will get shortened by an hour. And, we can only speculate here anyway. We're not going to invent the wheel. It's just our approach to special events and how strategically we're going to deal with these and how we want to balance impacts and maybe benefits. And that's a long discussion, yes. But I would support Rachel's suggestion, if Michael's okay with it, to try to do a 1:30 to 4:30. We've driven many a time, and days are longer.
Yeah, I only suggested making it earlier when it didn't look like it was a conflict with anyone else, and I'd be happy to move it if that's what we need to do.
It's fine with me. I'll go on 8 hours before.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll switch that around.
Direction there. And obviously, I was just going to point out, where our agendas are thin on May 1st, but I think that will be filling out, no problem. And, as we go forward, those are going to be filling up. Just don't have the items right now. That's all I had on future agendas.
Anyone else have future agendas? Jack?
Yeah, it looks like both on May 8th and May 15th we have airport master plan updates. Is that correct?
Yeah, we've reserved those times out, Jack, because we have both the update on the layouts, but we're also looking at bringing back the financial update. And so we did schedule some time pretty close, but those are pretty meaty topics. We may move those around as we get closer. But right now, we've got both the preferred physical option to go over and then the financial model to go over with you.
Yeah, and like I just mentioned, I will not be here, I know. I mean, I've never been here at the beginning of May, since I've been a commissioner. And so I would request that that very important meeting somehow be moved 1 week so I could be here. I think we've all been involved, we've all had good feedback, and just as George just even mentioned, when we make a request, usually we're okay with that.
This is going to get a little dicey in May. I know I'm not here on the following week, Jack, the 15th, and so the 22nd would work, but I have the Western Interstate Region meeting, and I also know I'm not going to be able to participate on the regular meeting of the 23rd. I've been selected to be a regional advisor to the governor's to-be-determined process, which is hopefully how we fund some of this future shortfalls in education and transportation and healthcare.
Well, I think what we will do then is look, so Rachel, you won't be here on the 15th, you said, right?
Correct. That's the driving to the Santa Fe.
Would you be okay, but you will be here on the 22nd, so I'm wondering if we move the FAB and the ambulance board updates to the 15th and move the airport update to the 22nd, if that works better.
That would work with me.
Okay. Did you catch that?
Not that very last part.
So we've got the first quarter FAB projections update, and then the ambulance board of directors on the 22nd, moving those to the 15th, and then moving the airport update from the 15th to the 22nd. And if our game plan was to bring the financials back in.
But from my perspective, I would hope that both, well, not both of us, but all 5 of us are here for airport issues. And that's
I think that
however it works.
Yeah, and I think that makes that happen.
Any other open discussion or future agendas discussion? Yes, Rachel?
Yeah, well, just to make sure it's noted, I will not be here at the regular meeting on May 23rd.
Open discussion?
Had a few items to bring to the board's attention. Mostly just heads up kinds of items. Phyllis and I were invited by the Communications Center Board to participate in a strategic planning retreat. And one of the major outcomes of that retreat was a conclusion that we probably need to revisit the IGA between the participating entities in the county to clarify the administration of the communications center and the responsibilities and overseeing. And the direction really from the retreat was to bring county administration closer into oversight of the communications center. And so we've set up a follow-up meeting with Richard Pryor, who's the chair of the Communications Center Board, Joe DeSalvo, Mark Amrett, Phyllis, and myself to start outlining what some of those changes might look like to that IGA. But I think it's a healthy discussion, and it's really a discussion about how do we get the Comm Center Board in more of a strategic position and identifying services, but how do we maybe bring I guess more management oversight, particularly when it comes to the budgeting functions and such, and more expertise to the Comm Center. And so that's, I think, the goals that we're looking at accomplishing. And so you'll be seeing more on that. We'll likely be trying to redraft that IGA and workshopping that with you. The other update for you is We have completed our evaluation of the RFPs for the technology assessment in the county. The scope of that is really taking a comprehensive look right now at how we're providing our IT services and what opportunities we have to maybe achieve economies of scale. Is there a better way for us to integrate? Right now we're divided between two networks, between public safety and the county. We had a team that was assessing those RFPs that included Jim Constantine from the city of Aspen, Anne Marie Prince, John Redmond, Phyllis, myself, and John Rushing. Is that right? Did I miss anyone? We got some really aggressive bids for that scope of work, and we have selected Mitchell and Company, which is a local vendor out of Carbondale, as our top vendor, and the assessment is right now coming in at $10,000, so it's very reasonably priced. It fits well right now within the IT contingencies, so we don't need additional appropriations. We think right now this is the next step for really seeing if the types of network changes that public safety made are appropriate for the county, where are partnerships with the city of Aspen still beneficial on both sides, and is there another way for us to really organize our IT services to meet the needs that the organization's identified. And so we're hoping to move forward with entering into a contract then with Mitchell and Company to have that assessment. As part of that assessment process, we'd anticipate that the board will be interviewed by the consulting firm as far as your views on both technology needs and what you would hope to see out of any changes, if there are any. We may come to the conclusion that we're doing this the right way right now. So it's an update on that. I think you all saw that House Bill 1254, which was you're getting a lot of email traffic on, has been defeated. So we talked about that, I think, just briefly last week. Then the last thing, follow up on the EOTC meeting. On the lighter side, I did get an email from GR at lunch that they've been out at the bus stop since 5 a.m. They had counted 142 people crossing, 42% of which used the crosswalk, the rest of which were zipping across Highway 82. So we'll be getting a full count.
In locations where they cross, the illegal cross?
Yeah, and I just got the email, but they're saying most of them are just shooting right across from the bus stop, which is what we thought and why we thought the location was good where we recommended it. I have asked GR and Brian to reach out to the City of Aspen and Snowmass Village Town Councils to make sure they have a workshop on the crossing options before we get together again, and hopefully they'll make that a little more productive. And obviously we'll be doing the same with us because they're going to evaluate the roundabout and cross and that sort of thing. So other than that,
Yes, Rachel.
Yeah, I want to make a small comment on that. In reflection on that meeting, I realized that we had done our EOTC prep at a time where you were unable to attend the meeting, Jack, and so that created a little awkwardness. I was at least caught unawares of your questions about the need for the underpass, and so I think that created a little awkwardness. But what really came down was that we perhaps have been so close to it for a period of time that we didn't make the case for the need as much as just the flat-out location and the discussion about the need and the benefit and the long-term context. And so, I think the other, Jack as well as the other board members in the OTC were appropriate to be asking those questions. I just think that as this is workshopped and as the presentation materials are prepared, we really should take advantage of the GIS abilities and kind of map the population centers of the Airport Business Center as well as what was being brought forward as CMC demand and, concurrently airport demand. But I think that need and looking at that whole region and using the GIS skills, and then we're fortunate to have fairly current census blocks as well, both of employment and then populations within those areas, so we can get a better, more cohesive look of that overall area and what this may mean to us going forward. The other item that I think was very appropriate, and I had brought up at a much smaller level than was in the large meeting, was what do you do to keep people funneled towards or not crossing illegally anyhow? And, because we didn't have, even potential design solutions to present, the specter of walls and fences and things like that came up, which I don't think anyone would be supporting, but I do think there certainly are landscape features and things like that that can help support that. So I fully support trying to bring that forward in a more timely fashion so that we keep looped in with any grant cycles that George would be aware of and deadlines based on future TPR meetings.
Yes, George.
Do we have we don't really have a tentative date for that April meeting at all, for the next BOCC meeting. We talked about having that meeting for this.
There was some discussion going back and forth, George, for a late April date, but it has not been landed on yet. And I don't have the exact date that they're tossing around in front of me right now.
Yes, Chad.
Yeah, I think it's important to, note several things. One, I've never been supportive. When George is the one, I think, that initially brought this idea to us in the greater discussion. I've not been supportive. But I think it's also important to separate the need and personal viewpoints about that versus site planning and good site planning. And for me, I look at the site planning piece as locating this in the best place for the long term, and you are absolutely correct, Rachel, in trying to understand population centers and, both current and future at BMC West, what we call BMC West, and of course, what might happen or might not at CMC, and that to me is a real big question. But we know any site improvements of this nature will occur in a phased manner anyway. So the CMC is way down the road, and because they don't physically have a lot of room to expand, but they have a lot of room to accommodate transit if that college grew substantially and more use. I mean, there's a lot of. I'm only an exercise student, as it were, whatever you'd call it, participant. But, I'm sure they could utilize the facility more in numbers of hours, etc. But again, it's important to separate those two pieces, whether some agree or not. And thirdly, I speculate that this will go forward because having worked with Mick Ireland for so long, I already predict that they have the third vote. I think Tori and Adam appropriately ask questions, and they might move forward too. So it's not like this is dead in the water. It's like, we need more information. And my perspective is probably not going to prevail. I do understand that. But I still raise, the question, and I'd like that feedback too. Never know, golly, I might even change, but, we don't have.
I've seen it happen
before. Where? So, thank you on that one.
That's all I have.
Is there other future agendas? That's what open discussion? Yeah, okay. George?
Yeah, last week we also talked about trying to get the timing for comments to the BLM on the proposed land exchange. And I know it would be have a chance to do that, and also, I thought we were going to have staff give us a draft letter with what we would like to see as part of that feasibility study of the land exchange.
You know, I guess maybe we had thought that the letter, the contents of the letter had been approved, and so I actually have that letter in for the signature, for Michael's signature folder.
There were two letters essentially. One was sort of the policy letter, and then one was going to be a specific Wexner property letter.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. We agreed on the content of the policy letter,
Right.
but I think it was because we had to wait till all 5 people were back in the room again to schedule.
That was my understanding on the Wexner piece. So we have this is, I'll start over, that is the policy letter that is prepared for Michael's signature, and then I thought for the land exchange on the specific question, we're waiting till we had all 5 commissioners.
That's all right, but I think perhaps we could have a draft letter ready to go, so we have something to look at when all 5 commissioners are back.
We could certainly prepare a draft letter.
I mean, I think that just helps move the discussion forward.
Okay. And that's something actually that we do, I know Ellen and Dale were talking about what the contents of that draft letter might look like based on the discussions that we've had. Obviously, we still need some direction before we can nail that down.
And the other issue was that Ellen was going to find out the feasibility entry time essentially.
Yeah.
I don't have that right now.
And we were going to see about if the Wexners or their representatives want to come in to discuss it with us. I just look at the calendars and see that Tuesday, the April 17th, is the next time we're all in the room again, and especially, with all of us filling in our calendars here about May, we're going to have to get this done in the 24th is also another day in which we're all still here, but starting in May, it starts to get a lot more spotty.
Yeah. And we may want to discuss a little bit further about what we're trying to accomplish with that meeting. Is it for us to gather more information, or is it for us to express a position? Because I think we need to make sure that we have a solid position among the board if we're bringing them in to talk about our position and any compromises that we might be seeking. And to be honest with you, I don't know that we have that position nailed down yet, and I'm not sure you want to engage in that discussion until you do.
Just
Right, I agree with that, and I think that's where our letter to the BLM provides that framework for that discussion.
Right. Okay. And so I felt like before we scheduled anything specifically to invite the Wexners in, we should see if we could settle on that language of that letter.
Okay. So as long as we schedule time while we're all still here early enough in April to do that, which looks like kind of the 17th, and very, very limited opportunities.
And as part of that, in preparation for the preparation of the letter, I certainly hope we can get at least an outline of what the proposal is. We don't need some long dissertation about it, but what are the bullet points about what the trade-offs are?
That's been submitted, you mean from the
applicant?
From the applicant.
Petitioner, I apologize for that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that way, we have it in front of us, we're all working from the same understanding. Because it has been, and I think it was a year ago whenever they first submitted. Believe me, I don't remember all the pieces here. I take a good guess, but that's not what we're about, is guessing.
One more quick thing. For the prep for our discussion on special events, can you put together a calendar of existing special events, dates,
Yeah.
We've got that already worked out, so we know how many weekends and where the events are, not only in the summertime, but also winters. We have a good picture of what's going on.
Yeah, and it's the ones that, one of the things that we've discovered is the ones that we know about. There are also those that we don't know about, and those we're finding obviously more difficult to capture. And so, but yeah, we do have a calendar that we're putting together, and applications that we know are on the table, because what's happened is the number of special events seem to be increasing in recent years. And so, you know, what's happened historically isn't necessarily what we're going to be seeing in the future, and so trying to demonstrate that a little bit too.
Just along those lines, I want to make sure we're capturing basalt and redstone special events too, and that we're not just too Aspen Snowmass centric about this. And then the second is, I don't know if there's any, if it makes sense or not to have any categorization of this is an in-town event, everyone's invited, and this is a special event that's, you know, being held at the Thai Bar Ranch, and it's, you know, 150 people max, or, you know, I mean, how do we, because some of our special event permits are one-time nights for a fundraiser, although they can attract people from all across and so on. But I mean, I don't know if you want to look a little bit into how we sort them or how we would consider those because of what they need from us in terms of approvals.
Right. Well, the way that we've been looking at it is we have designations for minor, moderate, and major events.
Okay.
And what we've discovered is that we never have a moderate level event. We either have a major special event or a minor special event. So we have that categorization that we can use. I don't know if that's going to be as useful as what, because Rachel, are you driving at, is this open to the community? And
well, I guess I was thinking about kind of breaking it down into the various areas, and this is just one approach naturally, of where there's an intersection with county processes. So some special events just come in for a permit with liquor licensing and that type of thing, whereas other special events might be filming a commercial in a neighborhood, and it's a much different type of process with the county. You know, so my concern, you know, I think there's a couple of areas. Obviously, some people may be talking about financial support for special events, and other areas is where can we improve the county service and facilitation of special events. And so that's kind of what I was, I was looking at.
Okay, yeah, I think we can do that with those designations then.
Yeah, in some way. I mean, it's just a general guide, nothing too exact.
John? Yeah, on the special events piece, now, we're looking at special events and applications that not only originate in Picken County for an event in, you know, unincorporated Picken County, but also, for example, the larger picture of Forest Service let property too. I mean, doesn't matter if it's way greater than just Picken County's involvement. I mean, we're looking at our interaction with other agencies, et cetera, in this review or this retreat we're having.
Rainbow gathering.
Yeah, I think right now what we know about are such as, you know, where we're permitting, and typically we're permitting events that are coming across Forest Service property anyway. And so we should be capturing that. Now, I do know, and Cindy and I had a very brief kind of update on the Forest Roundtable. There at least was initiation of discussion around special events, and we still need to debrief on that. George, I think you were there at that. But the intergovernmental piece is another piece as far as, you know, how do you determine carrying capacity, you know, on the Forest Service lands, so that we can take that into account when we're trying to adjust our calendars of special events. When do we know we've had too many or not enough? Those are difficult questions.
Yeah, and that's important. I know when Bill showed up for a meeting we had at the City of Aspen, we were talking about the Pro Challenge, and we talked about, well, let's get some data about economics, et cetera, and he was supportive of that. And it's a lot more involved than just the event, actually. Something on special events?
Yeah. One last comment, Michael.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you also kind of putting together what are the budgets of various other agencies that they're putting towards special events? I mean, not the detailed budget, but the round number. But I think as we evaluate, it's kind of nice to know what does Snowmass have through its special marketing, what is the City of Aspen spending in its special events, what does the Chamber do to support or spend on special events, so that we have a context when we look at our dollars potentially.
And that's actually information we weren't collecting, so that's...
Yeah, I think that's a really important context.
Yes, Jeff?
So one more open discussion. In preparing for tomorrow's meeting, we have some bylaw approval requests for approving bylaws for a couple different boards, our volunteer boards. And in reading through them, there's some detail about, well, what their responsibilities are, et cetera. And that kind of a light bulb went off in my mind because I had wondered and asked for, and it kind of got dropped in at least my memory, about open space and trails and what their role is, about recommendations versus their ability to approve things. And I wonder if we've ever pursued that. Now, this is, it might have just got dropped because I wasn't very articulate, but I'm really wondering, and this reminded me about responsibilities of volunteer boards, of how do they do business? Some boards only make recommendations, some boards have ability to approve certain things, and just recently I read in the paper Open Space and Trails approved a program, a plan, or something, whatever, and I just wondered, is that a final approval? Do things come to us? I don't know where that line of authority is. And so I'd like to ask that question of our county attorney.
Jack, I can answer to you. They can approve within their board structure some expenditure, but it has to come to us for final approval. And without that final approval, it can't go forward.
And that's for expenditures, but for example, master plans. Do those formally come to us, or do they make the approval? Because it's not part of state law where planning and zoning commissions approve county master plans or comprehensive plans, for example. A master plan for a piece of property is quite different, and that doesn't come under that section of the CRS statutes.
And we'll ask John to respond to this, but I think your ultimate authority is still on the appropriation side, so that even, if Open Space and Trails is, adopting plans that will presumably drive capital improvements and eventually appropriations, you always have that check as a Board of Commissioners on the appropriation side. And so I think there's what is probably the gray area is then how do you coordinate as two bodies with joint appropriation authority, because you do have joint appropriation authority on what those future plans and expenditures should be, both for capital development and operating costs.
Well, and I understand that's the final check valve, as it were, but at the end of the day, it might or might not be too late on a piece of property's master plan. I'm not going to mention any properties, but sometimes they're controversial. And again, I was thinking of the Down Valley plan, so I'd stay away from up here, but there are things that they've weighed in on, and I wonder if that's a final decision.
I think it'd be great to get that clarified, and I'm searching my memory, and the one that comes to me right off the bat is the Nordic Council master plan, because we run the Nordic Council programs, and they approved the plan first, and then we adopted it. But sometimes it could be they have to approve it before they even want to forward it to us, And Jack is kind of asking, well, are they the only approval, or is there a final approval on these master plans or things? And I think it's just a good thing to clarify, so, we're not feeling we're missing a step or that they're getting out in front of us. But I have a hard time imagining that they would forward a plan to us that their own board hasn't voted to endorse in some
I
way.
think that's appropriate.
Yeah.
That's kind of part of their work.
Yeah.
But is it the final approval for that plan,
Exactly.
for example?
My recollection is that all those master plans have to come to us for approval, Jack. Smuggler, everything has come to us for approval, and without our approval, it can't go forward.
Yeah, and so I'd just like a little clarification, as
That'll
to
happen with the current master plans.
where they weigh. But it's not about master plans only, it's just they take so many actions in so many areas that they're almost a quasi, decision-making board by what you read in the paper. They make a lot of decisions about different pieces of A to Z. So, I don't mean to belabor it, but I think we could easily ask the question of John and have him weigh in on, even if it was appropriate, he makes that determination in an exec session, so he doesn't step on someone's toes or something. That's not my intent here. It's just clarity. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Jack, but if it is clarity, then I don't think it should be an executive session. It should be an open session to allow the boards and us and the public to know what the course of actions are going to be. And I think you have to be more specific about what actually you're talking about. So
I can do that.
you need to be specific to be able to ask John about what actions, whatever board it is you're referring to, is taking and whether or not they need a final approval from us. So.
And I will then give two examples. The example in Basalt of what has been referred to as Grace Park, but now somebody's approved the name of two ranching families as the name of the park down there, and I don't remember them, but, is that name permanent? Is that the name? Whatever. I think that they weighed in on that and determined that, and it was a cooperative effort, whatever, with Basalt. Also, Skyline Mountain Park. I've heard at least some questions about, the plan. We only have a proposal, and there's a lot more work to go. But in the end, who makes the final decision? So those are two examples of plans. Okay, and that is...
I have an item. I read in the newspaper that allegedly the FBI is investigating the sheriff's office, and I think since the sheriff's office is integral to Picken County should know whether or not Picken County is being investigated by the FBI, and I would like us to make that request to the FBI, and I think the board should make that request as a whole.
And is that a request to have them come in here and talk to us?
No, I would just like to, it was unclear in the newspaper whether or not there was an actual investigation of the sheriff's department. And what I'm suggesting is that the sheriff's department is part of the Picken County, so therefore Picken County is being investigated. And I think we should be informed of that. That's all I'm suggesting.
If the board supports that, we can certainly make that request. I did talk to Joe a little bit about that today, and we have not received any formal notification from the FBI that we're under investigation, although we have heard from a number of folks that, yes, they have been questioned, and obviously the newspapers talked to a number of folks, and so that's certainly a request that we can make to understand what the status is.
Is it okay with the board to go ahead and make that inquiry? Okay, so John, you've got direction to make that inquiry of the FBI whether or not they're investigating Picken County.
I will do that.
Any other open discussion? Seeing none, is there a motion to adjourn?
Moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye. Thank you, Grassroots. I think that if they're investigating you, they don't tell you.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, but now that it's in...